Are you ready with the rest of this?
Mä tein lopetusta varten 2 slaidia. Me voi lisätä sinne sakkiksella. Tyhjennään ihan sen mukaan. Joo. Joo, kyllä. Okei, joo. Tarkoitus puhua tuosta pöntöstä.
Siellä on nyt normaali mikki ja sitten headsetti tuossa pöntössä.
Joo. Se. They should have been prepared, but I'm sorry they're not. They were supposed to be here at the times, but they're not. So I will make my If you want to switch for a while, that's all.
Yes, that is better. Okay. There will be streaming ahead.
Yes, yes.
Right.
In a few minutes, so we have to start. I have some household announcements first, so we're going to keep it easy here, and then we should start. Please
Ladies and gentlemen, before we start, I have a household announcement to make, or a few of them. My name is Marjatta Montonen. I work for the National Institute for Health and Welfare. Welcome to the Institute and welcome to Helsinki. First of all, this event will be broadcast live over the internet. So the speakers will have to speak from the podium here, and everybody will need to use the microphone. Also, when you present comments or questions from the audience, please use the microphone. The boxes over there are the mics, and wait till you get one. And try not to make a lot of noise in between. There's Wi-Fi available for the meeting. It might work or might not. Instructions are in your meeting folder. If you need to charge your mobile phone or laptop or some other gadget, behind the regular reception desk there are lockers. You can put your charger in and your gadget in, close the door with your PIN code, and then remember the PIN code because you need it to open the door. Nobody else can open the door. Those of you who have not yet bought the lunch coupon can consider eating in the canteen in the basement. It costs 10 euros. If you don't have the coupon, you have to queue for the cashier. And there are other options for lunch as well, because we're quite a big group, so you'll find a list of suggestions on the table over there. And if you have any questions or need practical help, turn to my colleagues, the tall guy over there, or the ladies at the reception. And then for those people who will come to the work meeting tomorrow, the meeting place has changed. It's not in this building. It'll be in another place in the center. Please take the address and map from the desk over there. That's all from me, thank you. And now, Emanuele.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Welcome in Helsinki. Welcome in this expert meeting. As you know, this is the second one that we have in Rara. I am Emanuele Scafato from the National Institute of Health. I am a gastroenterologist, epidemiologist, and I'm involved in the Rara joint action by mandate by the Ministry of Health in Italy. And we deal together with Marjatta and Pia the work package on guidelines, but the National Institute of Health is also work package leader for the evaluation of the joint action. I have the pleasure to have with me myself helping me in this chairing, co-chair Doris Sarrazin, that I would like you to present yourself.
So, good morning, everybody. I am a social scientist. I'm working in a public body funded by municipalities, and we are a task leader of one of the tasks in Work Package 5.
Thank you, Doris. This expert meeting had the opportunity to welcome 59 people that have been pre-registered in this expert meeting, and more than 30 associated partners. So this is a good opportunity to share, of course, views, and we include people not only from collaborating partners, but also several people from Ministry of Health and from the European Union Committee on National Alcohol Policy and Action, which I am a member also on the CNAPAM. And more than 20% of the people that are here in this room have no previous linkage with the joint action, so it's fresh air for us, and it's something that we need to discuss all together about the items that will be presented in this session. We will be much more careful on timing because of time constraints due to the amount of presentation that will be held. And it's my pleasure to start this first session introducing you Kari Paso from the Finnish Ministry of Social Affairs and Health. He's head of the unit that has the responsibility for policies on alcohol, tobacco, illicit drugs and gambling, and presenting a founder's perspective as Joint Action RARA is co-financed, of course, by the European Commission and Member States Ministry of Health. So we are in the same position. Also, the National Institute of Health has the mandate of the Ministry of Health. I welcome Kari also as an old friend in the national counterpart meetings of WHO, but also in many committees at the European level. Kari, the floor is yours.
Good morning to everybody. I'm ancient, as Emana was saying. I know some of you quite well, and some of you not that well. But I would like to. I told this before the seminar that I have a personal alcohol problem, because how much I try to get rid of these alcohol policy businesses, they are always in front of me. I have, as Emmanuel was saying, in my unit there's also other businesses, but this seems to be, this is haunting me. I'm taking the watch that I can keep the time. Okay, I should like to welcome you all, dear guests, to this important seminar. The seminar is organized under the auspices of so-called RARHA project. As Emmanuel was saying, this is a seminar is a co-financed joint action business. As Emmanuel was saying, my name is Kari Paso, and I'm head of unit for so-called harm prevention in the Ministry of Social Affairs and Health. I am, inter alia, a former commissioned civil servant who, among other important things, used to evaluate these public health initiatives, these public health projects. I really am not an evaluator, but I did them in many years. We didn't have the agency at that time, so we had to do it. We as civil servants had to do it ourselves, and that was not. I'm still not an evaluator. I hope that they have, and I know that they have made some, but the business is more organized now. I should like to provide you with some, if you like, setting the scene points to kick off the seminar in order to illustrate why this initiative is so important. First, what I'm now telling you is not that much news to everybody, but still perhaps going through a few things. First, as we all know, it's very difficult for a single member state to pursue alcohol policies in an isolation or of its own in the EU. The problems are cross-border, of course. Perhaps as we are listening to the news just today, we are hearing that perhaps the UK is leaving us, perhaps the migration problem is creating whatever. So perhaps some parts of the border barriers are coming back, but still the causes for alcohol problems are still more and more EU-wide or more and more global. For example, a few points. High excise duties, for example. Finnish alcohol policy is based on a few cornerstones. First is we have high excise duties, we have a restriction of supply, and so on. And now, when we are talking about alcohol policy in Finland, the industry is always saying that is referring to our neighboring countries like Estonia, saying that you cannot do anything because if you do whatever you do, people are going to Estonia buy their alcohol. It's kind of it's creating a bit of mass hysteria. It's if you take a boat across the Baltic Sea or it takes only a few hours and everybody's saying that people are going. Still, our revenues from the alcohol are high, so it's not affecting that much. But it has a psychological effect. And then another thing is advertising. We have we have restriction on advertising. We have, for example, I think we are the first country in the world who restrict also advertising on the internet. And whenever we are discussing the restrictions on advertising, the industry is of course saying that you cannot do that because youngsters are seeing advertisements all over the internet, and you cannot succeed in this business. So the industry and the trade is very willingly emphasizing these aspects, these cross-border aspects, saying that you cannot do an alcohol policy in isolation. Second thing, perhaps, if you like, I would like to take up to say that it's very difficult to pursue sort of public health-based alcohol policy, be it in the member states or in the EU. So the interests of the industry and trade are emphasized. I'll illustrate you with an example. The situation is, as we all are well aware, very much different in tobacco. At the very moment, we have a heated debate on alcohol. This week, last week, my minister, Mr. Rehula, he sort of placed on the table his proposals for the new Alcohol Act, because we have been doing the total reform of the Alcohol Act since like 5-6 years, sort of actively, and haven't been very successful. And now the other big government party is considering the proposal of Mr. Rehula, and there's a heated debate on that. At the same time, we have a huge package. We have a huge sort of legal initiative on tobacco that has been discussed. It's on the other hand that it's a total reform of our whole Tobacco Act. On the other hand, it is of course, it's, as we all know, it's the implementation or transposition of the directive. There are big changes there. But nobody's saying, like in alcohol, we are saying, since youngsters are not drinking that much perhaps anymore, we should loosen up the restrictions on alcohol. But nobody is saying that since people aren't smoking anymore, so we should loosen up the restriction on tobacco. So it's a total different ball game in tobacco. You know, it's accepted. These restrictions are very much accepted. We discuss perhaps electronic cigarettes and so on, but on the other hand, the alcohol is so much more difficult. And the debate, for example, you are coming from a place called Europe. For us Finns, you are Europeans, and we are discussing all the time the European way of drinking, so that we Finns also should get this kind of European way of drinking. We should look at Emmanuel. Emmanuel is representing the half guard for us because he's Italian. He can drink sort of only with meals and things like this. So when you go out this evening or whenever, you should tell us, the Finns, because you tell us that I am an European, I'll tell you how to drink. So we will know. Emmanuel, you should do that. So you are the ones. Against this background, it's very encouraging that we, with the Radha initiative, have a truly cross-border collaboration between the member states, but also between the member states and the Commission. As we are all well aware, I'm always saying we are all well aware, but perhaps. So member states have in various occasions requested the Commission to come up with a proposal for a new alcohol strategy. But so far with no avail, so it has been in vain. I'm not accusing our colleagues from the Commission. I know that we have colleagues from the Commission. I'm not accusing colleagues from the Commission for not doing this. I know the constraints that you have, but anyhow, it has been true and deep request from the member states that we should have a new strategy. But nothing has happened. But I understand dear colleagues, I understand your constraints. So no accusations, just a statement of facts. However, since this is the case, that we don't seem to have a new strategy, we perhaps have action plan, this initiative is very valuable. We can keep perhaps the torch burning a bit. We are perhaps able to maintain cross-border collaboration based on public health premises, and I would like to emphasize this, based on public health premises. And it's very illustrative when it comes to guidelines. I personally have not been a great believer in alcohol guidelines. I remember in the commission I was going through, also in Finland, going through the guidelines from different member states, also from Finland. And I was horrified, sort of seeing these guidelines. Do we really have to drink so much? You know that these guidelines are, they're interpreted in different ways. Somebody sees them as a minimum requirement, somebody sees them as a kind of, you know, I have to drink this much in a week to be able to be a normal citizen or things like this. And they're really, the number of units has been really big. But I happened to see, by the way, perhaps you will hear about the UK guidelines. I happened to read them. I saw them a few days ago. I've seen some other guidelines, and I'm really impressed. The new guidelines are very good. I mean, they are not only that you should drink, like let's say 21 units a week. There are also other things like what to do during a pregnancy, what to do things. So it seems that this initiative is already bearing fruit. So that we are already seeing the results. And an old like who are not been so much believer, I'm starting to believe perhaps these guidelines. With these words and to help the chair, which I'm always aware to keep this time and her time, I would sort of like to conclude my presentation by welcoming you all to Finland. It seems that we are now getting winter again. The climate change has reached also us, because we don't have any winter more. This is one of the few rare occasions when you see a winter day. Yesterday evening you were in a Russian restaurant. They are always nice. Though, you don't have many Russian restaurants outside this Finland, for example, or perhaps Russian. But I would like to welcome you all to Finland, to this seminar, and specifically I would like to thank Marietta Montonen for organizing this seminar, for being very active in this initiative, and thank you for keeping the torch for the European public haze-based alcohol policies alive. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Kari. I think we should go ahead with, may I introduce now Attila Balog, the European Commission Directorate General for Health and Food Safety, that is DG Santé. Attila works in the health determinants unit, unless they will change it as many things in the European Commission, and is the desk officer responsible for alcohol policy and action. He used to be together with us in the CNAPA, and is not in Finland for the first time, as he used to be here also in the EU Chemical Agency based in Helsinki. So the floor is yours, Attila.
Thank you very much, Emanuele, and thanks for the nice introduction from you, also from the Finnish Ministry. Of course, it's always a great pleasure to stand here in front of you after such an introduction, calling for a new strategy and so on and so on. But of course, we cannot avoid it coming from the Commission. So, dear organizers, I'm trying to share with you some news, maybe not really news, but some views about the Commission's current alcohol policy, and maybe some words about the possible future in the Commission about this file, and also, of course, most importantly, the place of RARHA in this context. So, dear organizers, dear RARHA participants, dear colleagues, dear hosts from the Finnish ministry side. Of course, we all know that harmful alcohol use has devastating consequences all over the EU, and reducing alcohol-related harm remains a challenge for all of us. The Commission is fully aware of this fact. We know that it's very important to avoid this harmful use of alcohol and the major impact it has on people's lives and productivity and the economy and the society as a whole. We also know that very well that alcohol is related to more than 200 different diseases and medical conditions. Europe is still the heaviest drinking region of the world. We know that more than 120,000 Europeans die prematurely due to alcohol each year. And also like 8,000 only die because of drink driving, they die behind the wheel. Concerning the effect of alcohol on productivity, we know that it leads around 1% of loss in GDP, according to OECD estimates. The societal costs of harmful alcohol consumption, for example, in absenteeism at work, treatment, and the costs of crime related to alcohol abuse are estimated around 160 billion euros per year. And we didn't mention yet the human suffering, all the human suffering caused by alcohol. Although consumption has decreased in the EU over the last decades, it's still increasing steadily and significantly in Central and Eastern Europe, and although at a different pace, there is still some increase also in the Nordic countries. Moreover, it's even more alarming that more and more kids are getting drunk, and more teenagers, and not only teenagers, are binge drinking as well. The Commission is aware that this needs to be changed, and we know also that this harm and cost can be prevented, so it's more important that we do something. We cannot afford to lose lives. We cannot afford to lose money to alcohol abuse. We cannot sit and do nothing while our citizens, including our children, the next generation, waste up their lives and their future in alcohol. We know also that there are some areas where we have to work together at all levels of policy making. Most importantly, I would mention availability of alcohol, drink driving, education, awareness raising, communication, labeling, advertising, marketing, even taxation, online sales, illicit trades, just to mention a few. But we also know that we need to address these issues together at all levels and across all policies. The European Commission is playing its part. The member states of the EU, their regions, their municipalities, including also the civil society, has also a part to play to prevent and fight the harm caused by alcohol consumption. The Commission, of course, took note of the various calls for reinforced action in this field, coming from the member states, including the scoping paper produced by CNAPA, and of course also the Council conclusions, also the European Parliament's resolutions. And we also know that NGOs would like to see also more action on this field. However, we all know that the principal policy responsibility to tackle alcohol abuse is with the member states. The Commission can only support the member states in their efforts to reduce alcohol-related harm and tackle not only the consequences of alcohol, but also the reasons which led to it. This support is particularly important in areas that cannot be addressed solely at national level. Action at EU level should help citizens to have a better life, should reduce the burden on health and social systems, and should also help member states to reach the 10% reduction in harmful use of alcohol by 2025, a target which was agreed in the context of the WHO work. However, my role to say that also that at this stage the Commission hasn't taken a decision on how exactly to continue work and which will be the priority areas where tangible progress and results can be achieved in the next years. Of course, many of you, they know, because as I said, I will not tell you here many news actually. I'm just summarizing I'm just giving you a state of play report today. Many of you knows that there are some options that are being considered for the future. For example, the Commission could be better prepared to play a bigger role in identifying country-specific needs based on better analysis of data to help identify specific needs and EU tools that can be mobilized to help. The Commission is also considering to address all risk factors: alcohol, nutrition, physical activity, tobacco, and so on, together in a coherent framework. But as I just said, this decision has not yet been taken. So I just give you some views about how, in the meantime, the Commission continues its work in three main specific areas, basically, where a clear added value can be provided. This is also based; these areas are based also in the in the calls from the member states, which is included also in the scoping paper that we received from many of you, like KNAPA members. One of the first areas in this is to provide platforms for exchange and discussion on best practices for member states experts, most importantly and basically in the Committee on National Alcohol Policy and Action, we know it also as KNAPA, and also to provide a platform to stakeholders. The KNAPA is currently implementing its action plan on youth drinking and on heavy episodic drinking, and the Commission, with active involvement of WHO, is committed to facilitate the monitoring of this action plan. It will come to the end of 2016, so with the WHO's involvement, we will provide a report on these activities in 2017. The Commission at the moment is considering also like to find a new format for the active, constructive involvement of stakeholders. We don't know yet the outcome of this work, obviously, but one thing is for sure, that the renewed EU Health Policy Forum, and more importantly, its IT platform, will also be used as an opportunity for the civil society to discuss public health issues, including alcohol. The second area I want to highlight here is the Commission's work pursuing a health in all policies approach in areas where the EU has a real competence. Just to mention two current examples here, DG Sante is currently engaged in the ongoing evaluation with a view for a possible revision of the directive of harmonization on the structure of alcohol excise duties and the Audiovisual Media Services Directive. Thirdly, and lastly, let me mention the significant role of the EU health programs and its financial tools in supporting the EU work to reduce alcohol-related harm. The consecutive health programs, we know all that, have made and will make possible that projects and other activities can be properly funded and developed. I can start maybe to mention two of the most recent projects, which is one of them is the Eyes on Ages on national policies related to age limits and the study, and the other one is the study on the presence of health-related messages on the labels of alcoholic beverages. But I could also highlight the ongoing extensive cooperation between the Commission and OECD and WHO, which are also supported by the health program. For the current situation, I can say also that two projects targeting availability and accessibility of alcohol like beverages to reduce binge drinking and youth drinking are due to start soon, using about €1 million the Commission provided in the 2015 work plan of the health program. And a similar amount is planned to be reserved also in this year in the health program. But most importantly, of course, let me come to the main point why we are here today, and let me talk a little bit about the current joint action to reduce alcohol-related harm, which is also co-founded by the health program. This joint action was prepared in close cooperation with the member states and Commission experts, and received also 50% co-funding from the member states. So not only the Commission is involved financially in this, obviously, we all know that. The topics of the work packages were identified based on the member states' experts' proposals and also agreed by the Commission. Thanks to the great work of the coordinators, the work package leaders, and all the experts from the 28 member states, but also from WHO, OECD, Eurocare, and other partners, the deliverables of the joint action, they are taking their final shape now as we're closing to the end of 2016, when the joint action will be finished. I can assure you that the Commission is looking forward impatiently to the results and with great expectations. And why? Why do we do that? Because there is no doubt about that a solid standardized monitoring approach, providing a basis for comparative assessment of progress in this field, is fundamental for all policymakers at all levels to see the trends and developments and adjust appropriately their policies if needed. We also need to see the results, because it's also equally important that the existing heterogeneity in the use of national low drinking and other drinking guidelines, and, for example, the definitions of standard drinks is reduced based on solid scientific evidence. Also, of course, a toolkit of evidence-based good practices that are well described, well evaluated, and able to deliver positive results will be very much welcomed at all levels of policymakers as well. With all its tangible deliverables and with all the EU member states' active involvement, joint action RARHA is, in the Commission view, an excellent example of how the Commission can support member states' action to reduce alcohol-related harm, focusing on specific results, respecting subsidiarity, and delivering a clear EU added value at the same time. It's not a secret, and I can share with you, I told you also in the last couple of days that due to the all carefully selected topics and the relevant deliverables, also Commissioner Andriukaitis is following the work with great interest and also planning to participate in the closing conference of the joint action, which shows, I guess, also the interest of the Commission in this work and the support what we ready to provide also in the future and also we provided so far. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, keeping in mind that this joint action will be finished soon, and I would encourage you, all RARHA participants and all partners, to continue your work with the same enthusiasm and that has been shown since the start of this work. And I hope and that this will, I'm sure also that this all coordinated efforts will make this joint action a success story. The Commission is convinced that all the coordinated efforts in the joint action, complemented with the multi-stakeholder, multi-sectorial and strong health in all policies approach at all level of policy making, will indeed contribute to reducing alcohol-related harm in the European Union in the future. In this spirit, I wish you all the energy, commitment, dedication and discipline to produce tangible results and successfully finish this job. I look forward to hear the latest news from you today, and I wish you a good meeting and good discussions today. Thank you very much.
Yes, of course. Thank you, Attila. And we are before the time schedule, so we have the opportunity also to make some question. There is a, is it over there?
Did I hear well that you said that the Commission was considering to harmonize excise duty? Did you?
No, I didn't say that, sorry, no.
No, okay. Well, I was wondering. The next question was, you like, as a Commission, the monitoring system in EU. Are EU, the Commission, are they considering financing parts of the monitoring system also in the future?
I mean, I don't know which part you mean, but you know that also now the monitoring done by WHO is co-financed by the Commission.
Yeah, but you know, the joint action monitoring system.
You know what you mean in the future?
Yeah.
Yes, we know that from the side of EMCDDA that they're planning to incorporate into their work in the future this questionnaire that you are developing or this survey methodology. But we still need to see how exactly the financing will go. So I cannot give you any commitment or any hard facts on this right now.
Okay, thank
but
you.
we're considering, yes.
Okay, that's good.
Question? Attila, you're safe now.
Yeah, but I'm here still today, so.
It's not usual to have so few questions with the Commission. Okay, thank you, Attila. Thank you so much. Doris.
Does the microphone work? Yes, it does. So I have the pleasure to introduce to you Pia Mäkelä. And she will speak about what does research tell us about alcohol-related health risk. Pia is the head of the Institute of Alcohol and Drug Research unit here in this building, and in this organization we are guests. And she's also senior researcher, I have to read it here a bit, with background in sociology and demography, and has a special interest in alcohol consumption and drinking patterns, consequences of alcohol use, and related issues of alcohol policy. And if we stick to this schedule, now we have some minutes left, so be prepared. It could be possible to ask some questions at the end. Pia, it's your floor.
Thank you. Okay, so the mic seems to be working. Good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. It's a pleasure to be talking to you here today. So my theme is the title, What Does Research Tell Us About Alcohol-Related Health Risks? And this, in this presentation, I will explain to you and present to you the work that has been carried out in the RARHAP project, where we have tried to summarize the research evidence on alcohol-related risks in order to advise the forming of guidelines. So in any work, in any country, when people start to think of setting up new guidelines, one of the first tasks is to review what the science says about the health and other risks. And this review of the science, it may be narrative, it may be wise people getting together, reading the literature, putting their heads together and making a statement about what the literature says. Or it may be a more quantitative approach to trying to summarize what the science says. And recently, there have been 3 different high-quality, ambitious guidelines projects where this type of sophisticated quantification of the risks had been carried out. One in Australia, one in Canada, and one now very recently in the UK. This type of analysis and quantification is really heavy work. It requires a lot of resources and a lot of very high-level knowledge of meta-analytic procedures, etc. And so this is not very easily carried out in smaller and poorer countries. Australia, Canada, and UK are bigger and richer countries that have been able to do this. But for all individual smaller countries, it's not necessarily possible. So when we started the RARHAP project, one of our ideas was that perhaps we can do this together for the EU countries. So when starting this type of effort, there are several problems to solve. So one of the first problems is where to draw the line. Because when you look at the risk functions in the literature, they look often something like this. For alcohol, there is a J-curve. The lowest risk occurs for moderate drinkers or light drinkers. And then after that, the risk increases. And it might be, for many people, natural to say that this kind of risk curve would implicate that the guideline level should be here, because after that level, the risk only increases. But other people say that it should be here, because that's the level that the non-drinkers have, and that would be a natural point of comparison, but it's only actually a question of opinion, and any level in between might be just as good. There is no science telling us the answer to this problem. But it gets even more complicated if there is no J-curve, because then it's even more arbitrary. You just have to draw the line somewhere, and because it's a continuous curve, it's really arbitrary. The Canadian approach was to find the place in the curve where the risk is the same as for non-drinkers. Then another complication is that if you look at different diseases, you get a lot of these different risk functions. This comes from the UK report, but similarly in the other countries' efforts, it's based on cause-specific curves. So each of these curves is a meta-analytic review of literature on the risk of one disease by the level of drinking. So to derive drinking guidelines on the basis of this, we need some kind of summary of these summaries. So how do you combine the various risk curves? And another complication is that the answer to that is not the same for all countries. For example, if this kind of risk curve, which is for breast cancer, if one country has a lot of breast cancer and a lot of causes which have this type of risk function, and less deaths from cardiovascular diseases which have this type of risk function, and another country has quite the opposite pattern, a lot of these cases and only little of these cases, then the implicated cutoff point will be different for these two countries. So we cannot rely on estimates on overall mortality, because if you have risk function for overall mortality, it comes from one population which just happens to have one kind of distribution of causes of death. So ideally, you have to combine the different risk curves for different countries separately and take into account the different distributions of causes of death. So in our project, in the RARHA project, our aim was to provide this type of summarizing of different risk functions for 7 different selected EU countries. And we selected those 7 countries so that they would represent the variation of both drinking patterns and mortality patterns, so that we hoped that all EU countries would find a similar country as what they are among these 7 countries. So there were Estonia, Finland, Germany, Hungary, Ireland, Italy, and Poland. And the work was done by Jürgen Rehm and his team from the Canadian Centre for Addiction and Mental Health. His team was also responsible for carrying out the quantifications for the Australian guidelines and the Canadian guidelines. And this is the picture of the report, and there's the URL where you can find it. Probably the easiest way to find it is to put some of the keywords in Google. So a few words still about the method, how we solved some of the problems. Or actually, a further problem is whether it's sufficient to look at mortality or whether we also need to look at morbidity. And it's, in principle, it would be good to look at both. But in practice, these kinds of risk curves, robust risk curves, only exist for mortality. So we only looked at mortality. But in principle, there doesn't need to be a bias related to that, because the risk curves may be quite similar for mortality and morbidity. And as far as I understand, on the basis of the reports, the Australian effort was also only based on mortality. And in Canada and UK, in principle, they also looked at morbidity, but if I understood right, the quantifications were mainly based on mortality. So where to draw the line? And there's one important differentiation between the types of approach. In Canada, they used the relative risk approach. So this J-curve that they derived, they look at the risk in each different drinking level compared to non-drinkers. So compared to another group of people. And they said that they take the level where the risk is the same as for non-drinkers. But in Australia, they used an absolute risk approach. And that means that they calculate the lifetime risk of dying for one person due to alcohol if you drink at this level, or if you drink at that level, or that level. If you drink at that level your whole life. So what is the risk during your whole life together, the lifetime risk? And it could be, for example, 1 in 100, or 1 in 1,000, or 1 in whatever. So it's not compared to anyone else. And the same approach is used for calculating environmental hazards. So there's a good point of comparison. There, the limit is often like 1 in 1 million. The risk that is allowed. But for voluntary risks, it's more like whether the question is whether it would be like 1 in 100 or 1 in 1,000, because people accept more risk for voluntary behaviors than they do for involuntary behaviors. But here too, it's really quite arbitrary. Even if people say that here it's easier to get the level from somewhere and then follow that level, but we can choose different levels, and one person would choose a higher acceptable risk and another one a lower acceptable risk. The Australian approach used this 1 in 100 risk. In UK, they used both the relative risk and the absolute risk approach. And in the RAHA project, the REMS report used the Australian approach. They calculated the risk both for 1 in 100 risk and also for 1 in 1,000 risks. And then the results that we'd get from Jürgen Rehm's calculations were fed into the Delphi survey that Marjatta is going to talk about later, and asked them what they think of these results. One further, how am I doing with time, by the way, Doris?
Half an hour left.
Half an hour?
Yeah, you're really good at time.
Okay. So one further problem, which is quite difficult to explain, but it's a difficult question how we treat men and women, and with how we consider whether gender-specific guidelines are needed. Because typically women's relative risk increases faster than men's when their consumption increases. So on the basis of this, many people say that, okay, women should have a lower guideline limit. Women should be advised not to drink as much as men, because it's more bad for them than for men. But then on the other hand, especially for acute risks like injuries, men have a higher risk anyway. Men, since they are small boys, they have a higher risk of getting into injuries. And also with drinking increasing, this absolute risk is always higher. And actually, this is hypothetical data. I just drew it to illustrate. But the absolute level may even increase faster for men. But if we have this absolute risk level as a criterion, men may reach that absolute risk faster with lower level of drinking because they have a higher level to begin with, just because they are men. And therefore, these calculations often produce or would indicate a lower guideline level for men. And for some, at least, it's counterintuitive, and it's hard to decide what to do. And it was, again, something that we tried to feed into the Delphi survey to inquire experts what they think about this. The results for Australia and UK, what they decided was that they recommend the same limits for men and women. And in the calculations made for RARHA, we made the assumption that the baseline risk would be the same for men and women. So in order not to punish men for being men and their kind of like the higher baseline risk, we made this, in the calculations, we made this assumption that if they started from the same baseline level, and but we also made a sensitivity, or Jürgen Rehn's team made a sensitivity analysis. So they also produced the results not doing this, making this assumption. Yeah, and then we fed this into the Delphi survey. And then when calculating the risks and combining it with mortality data, the basis for all those estimates were the same as with those used for the Global Status Report on Alcohol and Health, and which have been used for the Global Burden of Disease work. And here are two examples of the results of the calculations for Hungary and for Italy. This is the graphical representation. And the differences here for Hungary and Italy, they are due to the differences in the cause of death distribution. So we are not assuming that if an Italian and a Hungarian person drinks the same amount, that it would be somehow physiologically different for them. But because they have different causes of death prevalent in those countries, then also the combining of the risk curves will produce somewhat different results. And here's the results as table. So if we were to use this 1 in 1,000 result or the criteria, then the implicated guideline would be 10 grams or not more than 10 grams per day for both men and women. So like 1 standard drink per day. And if we use this 1 in 100 risk level as criterion, then for men the implicated guideline level would be approximately 2 standard drinks per day, and for women it would still be the 1 standard drink per day. That was for EU countries combined, or the 7 EU countries combined, and here's the variation across countries. And actually what you can see is that there's not that much of variation. It is quite a common pattern across the countries that if this 1 in 1,000 level is used, then this 10 gram level would be implicated, and for this, at least for women, for men, yeah. And when one level criterion is used, then for women it would be 10 grams, and for men it would be 20 grams. And the risk in these higher levels is then higher than this criterion. So what's the role of these technical calculations? We hope that they might be helpful for individual countries in assessing these risks and in when they think of suitable guidelines for their countries. And in this joint action RARHA, we use them as one point of departure in the Delphi survey, where we invited experts to consider various aspects of these guidelines. And that was my presentation. Thank you.
Okay?
Yeah.
So thank you very much, Pia. And as I thought already at the beginning, there is some time to ask some questions. And I'm very happy that you explained very well why it is so difficult and so frustrating sometimes to define low risk. Because it's for sure, when you are pregnant women, you should not drink at all. But when you are not pregnant, and when you are a man, and when you are in different circumstances, and maybe in different social situations, for the individual, it's very hard to give the right advice. So this approach and this population approach for all the citizens, it's a very exhausting, how is it called? It's a very big challenge to face it and to give the right information to all the citizens where we should present it to. So, if you have any questions, it's time, take your floor. There's one.
In the meanwhile, I could comment your comment that actually I forgot to say anything about it, but all these calculations are based on averages. So an average person
doesn't exist.
Yeah. Well, yeah, on average they do. But there is a lot of individual variation, and it is, like I said, a big challenge how that should be taken into consideration when defining the guidelines.
You have the box and the microphone. There's a microphone.
Does it work? Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, first of all, thank you for a very nice presentation. My name is Jørgen Mølland. I'm from the Norwegian Institute of Public Health. And I have a question concerning all your presentation of this meta-analysis of the epidemiological data on alcohol consumption and the risk of various diseases. Are those data based only on self-reported alcohol intake by the people?
Yes, they are. I am not aware of many epidemiological studies where, well, they may have also additionally had some kind of blood measures, but that is never a good replacement for self-reports.
No.
So far, no better alternative exists.
So now comes my question, because we know that there is in general a large underreporting of alcohol consumption. And data from Norway shows that this underreport can be quite high. 70% maybe is not reported by people. And how would that influence the numbers you now give for alcohol intakes? I mean, if there is actually a large underreporting, the limits would move to the right. Isn't that correct?
Well, it is one further challenge on what to do with guidelines. And when people in epidemiologic surveys report something, what did they actually drink? And when people think of their own consumption, like this is the guideline, how much do I drink? And if they drink that I drink according to the guidelines, what do they actually drink? And there is no clear evidence that this type of underreporting would be very different in the epidemiological surveys and in surveys of the prevalence of consumption and or in normal people's thinking when they think of guidelines. So if it is consistent across all these sources of data, then in principle it should not be a problem, but it is a challenge.
Emmanuel.
Complication, yeah.
Just one comment here. As a matter of fact, this is a part of the paper of Jürgen that was putting a question, why do we accept this level that are well beyond the limit that Jürgen and his group identified as a matter of fact in risk? Why do we accept lower or higher risk? So according to your expertise, as also in sociology, and one comment on this, why we do?
Why we accept higher risk for alcohol than for some other?
Yes, this is basic to my point of view, also coming from Rara as a message.
I guess there are two different answers to that. People are more willing to accept any voluntary risk more easily than involuntary risk. So if it's a question of having some chemical in your drinking water, you don't want to have that at all. Whereas if you smoke or drink or go skiing downhill, you're willing to accept more risks because you like that behavior. But I think with regard to alcohol, we are still more willing to take risks than for smoking or for many other behaviors. And that's probably because it's in Europe our most favorite intoxicant.
Anne Hope.
Okay, thank you. Anne Hope from Trinity College in Dublin, Ireland. Thanks very much for an excellent presentation. The risk curves, etc., are to focus on the chronic exposure over a lifetime, or exposure if you drink at this level over a lifetime. And so it's about average per day. And I think that it's very useful. The issue is, I think, in Ireland and in many other European countries, is that we have a lot of binge drinking. So we have a lot of heavy drinking in a particular event. Was this something that was considered? I know in Canada and in Australia, they have guidelines around the acute exposure to risk. I know that injuries were factored into it, but I mean, do you think that this is something that needs a separate approach?
I'm not sure. These are the technical calculations. And for those, I'm not sure that you need something separate. But when you transfer that evidence to a guideline, which people probably have to do differently in different countries, and when you think how you communicate that to people so that it makes sense in their everyday lives, there I think you really have to think of whether you give the guideline as drinks per week or drinks per day. Because, like you said, the evidence from the science is an average drinking volume per some time period. It's not so that all the people who participated in the epidemiological studies would drink the same amount every day. It's just an average. And how that the evidence is then translated to your country, and how that differs for Finland or Italy, then the wise people really have to put their heads together and think thoroughly of that. But I think the UK report did quite a nice job on that, so it would be worth reading that.
Yeah, maybe I should present myself. I didn't do that the last time. I'm Kit Broholm from Denmark. Do we really believe in the J-shaped curve? I mean, there has been a lot of question to that, that it could be confounding, that it might just work for the older people with the heart protection effect. You know, in my opinion, it's hard to see the relevance in protecting your heart disease with a cancer-provoking substance. It doesn't make sense to me at all. That was, some basic points of view. In Denmark, we have had these guidelines, and we have realized that we have to have more than one low-risk drinking guidelines. We have to have a guideline for binge drinking too, and we have to have a guideline for risk groups, for young people, for pregnant women, and so on and so forth. You can't communicate all these things in just one guideline. And then I would say that our basic guideline is no drinking is risk-free. You can't find a limit where alcohol drinking is risk-free. That is the basic thing. And we base that upon the knowledge that alcohol is a carcinogen. So we have to communicate a lot of different stuff, and people they should know that it is a carcinogen.
Oh yes,
so
yes.
It's not risk-free.
Yeah, and I think this work on low-risk drinking guidelines always takes that as a point of departure, that it's nobody is saying that the risk-free limit is here. Yes, it's a communication challenge, and Marietta will later on talk about the Delphi survey results, which touch more upon those issues.
Yes, I'm Peter Rice from Scotland. You mentioned the involuntary risk issue and the acceptable levels for that being much lower, so the risk of being assaulted by an intoxicated person on, late at night, or killed by a drink driver, or growing up in a family where an adult's a heavy drinker. Is it technically possible to model those risks in the same way as the risk to the drinker? And if so, do you think that guidelines should do that? Should model harm to others, the involuntary risks that are involved with alcohol as well, and try to incorporate that?
I think technically it's not possible. There are no similar risk curves which could be taken into account in these calculations. I'm not sure if Marietta's presentation will touch upon this, but in the Delphi survey, the experts were asked also to to express their views about this issue. So maybe some points later on.
Okay, my name is Axel Budde with the Federal Center for Health Education in Germany. I have a comprehension question. You look at a population level, right, and you see a linear risk curve, and I'm wondering, would it be possible that you don't find this linearity at an individual level, or put differently, you look at a population level and you give advice at an individual level, right? Or that's how the guidelines tend to be understood. And is there, can that just be done like that? Is there not like, is it not possible that these risk curves follow different patterns at an individual level and at a population level? Or put yet another way, is it really 10 people drinking 10 grams per day? Does that create the same risk as one person drinking 100 grams? Or did I get something wrong there? Is that a valid question, or it's really it's about comprehension?
Not sure, but this science is all we have. You know, we could take the Swedes, for example, and make them an experimental study and make everybody drink 10 grams a day for 2 years, and the next 2 years drink 20 grams per day, and then we would have in the end results how that would function at the individual level if you drink at various levels. But that kind of science just doesn't exist. We have to work on what we have, and that's average risks for people who just happen to drink that much.
I'm afraid it's not ethical to do it. We will never have this kind of evidence. You know, the strength and the weakness of the guidelines are that people have the right to be informed about risk. This is the meaning of guidelines. It does not highlight the opportunity to drink that quantity, but the quantity that you should not overcome to increase your risk. This is the message. It is not an invitation to drink that amount of alcohol, but only to give the information to people, to the population, because the Ministry of Health set guidelines. Is not in the position to say, okay, you can do it, drink in moderation. This could be also legal implication in terms of possible effects during the long term. So it's not an easy way to deal with guidelines, but of course, as WHO say, less is better, there is no safe limit. This should be all messages that should be put in the same time, not separate, but all, a full core set of information that you have to give to people. So this is my point of view.
Yeah, thank you very much for this part. It's only one side, you said already. And I'm very interesting for the next presentation. It's Peter Rice presenting the drinking guidelines, the new revised drinking guidelines from the UK, and maybe it comes more to the individual and to the public and to the people we want to reach with guidelines. So I'm very interested in it, and we have some minutes left, I know, but maybe we have some more questions at the end of this presentation, because it's really the next part of it which is necessary. But I have to introduce you, of course, yeah. You are Peter Rice, you said already, from the UK, and you are addiction psychiatrist based in Scotland and chair of the Scottish Health Action on Alcohol Problems and the alcohol policy expert in the UK Royal College of Psychiatrists. And you researched issues related to health information and to the treatment of alcohol use disorders. And you were among the group who developed the proposal for minimum unit pricing of alcohol, which was then adopted by the Scottish government. So you know what you are speaking about very well. It's your floor.
Thank you very much for that. Okay, is that working now? Yeah, okay, thank you. Yes, I'm relieved to have followed Pia Michaela, who's, first of all, because I'm a bit of a fan of her work here on taxation changes in Finland and mortality. It's pretty influential in some of the work we've done in Scotland. But I'm not an epidemiologist. I'm a clinician who, I suppose, has become an advocate and campaigner. So I'm really going to be talking about the UK guidelines from the perspective of someone who was a little bit involved in making submissions, but not in the detail of the guidelines. But I will be involved in communicating that both to the public and, I would have been involved in my previous role as a clinician in communicating that to individuals. So that's really the perspective that I'm seeing this from. Okay, so a little bit of history of our guidelines, and probably at the very start I should say that we do need some definitions and some common language as much as we can establish here. So when I say a unit, I mean 10 mLs of alcohol or 8 grams of alcohol. And the UK guideline does say a little bit about what they would like to see happen with the standardization of our language around this. You could probably guess what a UK guideline says, but you can either confirm or refute your guess at the end. The first guidelines in the UK were produced by what was then called the Health Education Council, which, as the name suggests, was a UK health information body. And they came up with these guidelines in 1984 of a safe level of 180 mLs, 18 units for men and 9 units for women, and too much as being this amount, 56 units, 560 mLs of alcohol for men and 350 for women. So those were really the very first UK guidelines were getting on for about 30 years ago. The UK Royal Medical Colleges then produced updated work, and this was the Royal College of Physicians, including gastroenterologists, psychiatrists and general practitioners. Those were the three groups of doctors who produced these guidelines, which were based on a kind of their clinical wisdom, if you want to call it that, and they came up with these levels. In 1995, the UK government changed the guidelines to between 20 to 40 ml, slightly lower for women than for men daily. They changed the guideline to a daily guideline. And this was produced by a group of government staff, of civil servants, without any health professional involvement, though there were officials from the health department involved. There are also officials involved from the departments of trade and departments of agriculture. The health professions didn't like these guidelines, and the guidelines from the Royal Colleges remained unchanged from the previous weekly guideline. So there was some controversy in the mid-1990s that the government themselves had altered the guidelines without the consultation with professions. In 2012, the UK Parliament, the London Parliament's Science Committee called for a review of guidelines, and 4 years later, rather less than 4 years later, those guidelines emerged in January of this year. And over those 4 years, between the UK, the Parliament Science Committee calling for it, and the report coming out as Pia said, there was a considerable amount of background work done, which might seem rather a lot of work for something that the expert group on behavioural science found little evidence regarding the impact of any guidelines on changing health behaviour. So 4 years' work for something that actually the expert group is not expecting to do very much, and that might be a point that we'll come back to. The context of the parliamentary review in 2012, I think that Science Committee review came out because there was quite a lot of this kind of stuff. This was a news report from 2007 in the UK, that the safe drinking guidelines were simply a guess. So the drinking guidelines that the Medical Royal Colleges had developed in the mid-1980s were described as simply a guess, a bunch of doctors sitting around a table saying what they thought it ought to be. And there was perhaps some truth in that allegation. Some of us, myself included, expected that the Science Committee would probably come out and say, this is too complicated, there's too much variability, and we shouldn't have a guideline at all. So some of us thought that was a possibility. So in fact, when the Science Committee said that there had been significant new science, significant new development, and it really needed a good review, that was, I'll confess, a little bit of a surprise to me, because that wasn't what we were expecting. But it was a welcome, I think, exercise to be undertaken. And so these guidelines came out in January 2016. They're easy to find on the internet. I sent them to the team here, so they should be easily available for anyone who wants to find them. And perhaps another point I should just have made about the guidelines, you'll note that each of these were made by a different body. Okay, so the first group was the Health Education Council, the second group the Medical Royal Colleges, third bunch of guidelines the UK government, and our current guidelines are from the 4 United Kingdom Chief Medical Officers. So that's from England, Wales, Northern Ireland and Scotland, who are independent advisors to the government on health and medical issues. So our sequence of guidelines have all come out from different bodies, and that's probably worth noting. So what do our guidelines actually say? And as I say, these are freely available. So I'll just draw attention to a couple of things. Is this a pointer as well? It does, okay. So the guideline for both men and women, and I'll come back to that issue. You're safest not to drink more than 14 units a week to keep your risk from alcohol at a low level. Okay, so low risk level is the key term here. advice to spread your drinking evenly, that for some illnesses your risk increases with any amount that you drink on a regular basis. And for alcohol-free days, the value of alcohol-free days is largely that it cuts down your overall consumption. Although there was found to be pretty good evidence for the heaviest drinkers, the people I was involved in treating for most of my career, that if they do take alcohol holidays, their risk, particularly of developing liver disease, is less than if they're drinking every day. So the standard Scottish drinking pattern of get in your money, hit it hard for 3 days, take a break for 4 days till your money comes in, then you have another 3 days hitting it heavily, actually is perhaps rather better than the, if Emanuele would forgive me, the Italian habit of let's get a couple of bottles a day. But so that's for the heaviest drinkers. It does make some sense for them to take alcohol-free days. But for the broad population, there's not a great deal of evidence. In fact, there wasn't evidence at all that reduces the risk. But, of course, having days when you're not drinking reduces your overall weekly consumption. So that was how that guideline came out. And Hope mentioned earlier the business of binge drinking or bout drinking, really, which I've just described. And the guideline did say things about that. And it said something very complicated. So this is the total guideline on single episode drinking. And essentially it was the point that Pia was making earlier, that for some groups of the population, their risks from single drinking episodes are much higher than for others, and typically men is much higher than for women. So the guideline really came out, with this fairly, obvious guideline at the top about drinking more slowly and alternating with water and so on and so forth. But this issue here about the context of your drinking episode, avoiding risky places, making sure you're with your friends, getting home safely, were all found to have a significant impact on the risk of single drinking episodes. And it was interesting to me because in the United Kingdom, the advice on this kind of thing, get home safely, have your friends, make sure they know who you are, has pretty all been aimed at women. So there's been pretty active public campaigns about get home safely, typically aimed at women and not really aimed at men. So I'm sure there's something about the innate risk-taking behaviour of men. But I think also our, harm reduction, safe drinking message thing has been aimed more at women than men, and that may be a factor in women's risk being found to be lower. As you'll see, the rest of it is just to say some general guidelines on the risks of intoxication for some particular groups. So the important thing about this was that the decision was made not to come out with a numerical indicator for single drinking episodes because there were too many other contextual things that came into play. And that might be an interesting debate to have about whether that was the right decision or not. Moving on to the pregnancy guideline, it came out advising if you're pregnant, planning a pregnancy, safest approach is not to drink at all. The more you drink, the greater the risk, and a bit of kind of social norms here, pointing out that most women stop drinking during pregnancy. Previous to this guideline, the guidelines varied throughout the United Kingdom, and I'll come back to that. And in England, the guidance was to avoid drinking alcohol. But if pregnant women choose to drink, to minimise the risk of the baby, they should not drink more than 1 to 2 units once or twice a week, and should not get drunk. So that was the previous guideline. But this guideline changed that to being best to avoid pregnancy. In the United Kingdom, this planning a pregnancy is an important bit. About 50% of pregnancies in the United Kingdom are planned, and that actually seems to be a pretty universal figure. I know in the United States, where the Centre for Disease Control came out with similar guidance on pregnancy last year, they actually last month, they also estimated that about 50% of pregnancies are planned. I know in New Zealand they have a similar figure. So I think this is quite an interesting issue actually because you know, there are good reasons to think some of the risks of drinking in pregnancy are in the very early part of gestation, often before the pregnancy is recognised. And the question of what we should then be doing about population consumption of women of childbearing age, I think comes into play. So it's nice to think that every pregnancy is carefully planned and, you know, written down in the diary, and mother and father and can, you know, get the nursery painted and plan their health and so on. But half of pregnancies at least seem not to be like that, so I think that remains a bit of a challenge. But so the pregnancy guideline, I think, has been essentially simplified to not drinking at all. Pia's mentioned some of this, and there were a lot of background papers, all of which are available. I think these are the two key ones. The review from the Sheffield team using the Sheffield Alcohol Policy Model that's been used for various purposes in the UK, and the report from Liverpool John Moores University. So if you Google CMO alcohol guidelines, you come to a page with the guideline in various lengths and in Welsh. If anybody wants to read the guideline in the Welsh language, you can do that. But it also has at the bottom supporting evidence that takes you to a kind of Dropbox account where there's an awful lot of stuff, and I found these two to be the most useful. And like Pia, I'll draw a bit on the Sheffield one. The thing that has, I think, changed the nature of the UK guidelines has been the recognition of alcohol and cancer risks, and that has come out, particularly the breast cancer, from relatively recent, very large studies, particularly the Million Women study, the nurses study in the US. Scottish Health Action on Alcohol Problems, my organisation produced a report in 2012. The Alcohol Health Alliance UK followed us a year later in 2013, and there have since been European publications drawing attention to the link between alcohol and cancer, and cancer organisations, the World Cancer Research Fund and others, now have alcohol as a significant contributor to cancer in a way that they probably didn't. So this really has been a growing field, and one that had a significant impact on the way that the guidelines came out. And for me, it's been interesting in that the recognition of the breast cancer, I think, has changed the perception around about alcohol and cancer. The links between alcohol and mouth cancer have been well known for many, many years, particularly a joint interaction between alcohol and smoking. But mouth cancer is not, I'll just be direct about saying this, I apologise if I offend anyone. Mouth cancer is not a terribly fashionable cancer. It's not a cancer that gets a lot of public attention. It's not a cancer that generates a lot of charitable donations, neither is lung cancer, for instance. Whereas breast cancer is different from that for a number of reasons that we could spend all day talking about. But breast cancer does attract attention and concern in a way that some of these other cancers don't, and I think that's changed the dynamics of the discussion somewhat. This is similar to some of the slides that Pia produced. So I'll just say a little bit about this, because I think it partly answers Anne Hope's question about drinking. So this is from the Sheffield background report, but was imported into the full guideline. And just to point out a couple of things, that they have attempted here to model the difference between, for instance, a man who's drinking 21 units a week and is doing that over 7 days, and a man who's doing that on 1 day. Okay, so the difference between the daily drinkers and the bout drinkers. And you'll see that in general the trend is that for people who drink all of their alcohol on a limited number of occasions, the risks become higher. So that's kind of the way that things drift. So I think that I think answers part of Anne's question. And you will see that for the equivalent level of consumption, the risks of mortality are higher for women than they are for men. So a woman drinking 49 units a week drinking every day has a higher risk of mortality than a man who's drinking in the same kind of pattern. But I think the other thing to draw attention to, and again Pia had mentioned this, is that the proportionate increase for binge drinking men is greater than for binge drinking women. Okay, so the woman who's drinking 49 units all in one day, her mortality risk is substantial, but actually not very much greater than if she's spreading that over 7 days a week. Okay, so for men concentrating their drinking is a more dangerous thing than for women to do. So a little bit of a complicated message, but I hope that makes sense to you. And if not, you can read it and think it over and ask about it in discussion. Okay. Moving on, again, I'm very grateful that this was covered in the earlier talk, that the two different ways of looking at risk are at relative risk and the absolute risk. And again, this is the way that the numbers came out. If we look at the Canadian approach of at what level of drinking does your risk become the same as someone who does not drink at all. The group answer to Kit's question, the scientists do think that the J-shaped curve is real. They don't think it's as substantial as they used to think it was, and I'll come on to explain the reasons for that. But the J-shaped curve is fundamental to the thinking in the UK guidelines here, and also for Canada. So these are the levels of consumption at which the mortality of drinkers becomes the same as the mortality of non-drinkers, and above these levels of consumption the mortality exceeds that of non-drinkers. So that's the relative risk approach, and the absolute risk approach, as Pia said, is the levels of consumption at which your risk of death approach is at 1%. And these levels of consumption actually came out at something fairly similar, which is why they settled on 14. Okay, you've seen some of these before, but I just want to explain the significance of them. Again, from Sheffield's work. So they found that the risk of breast cancer is linear. But that's not true for all conditions. And acute pancreatitis, for instance, the risk really only starts to take off at very high levels of consumption. So the pancreas is a gland that produces digestive enzymes. If you're eating in a Russian restaurant, as we were last night, the pancreas is called the sweetbread. Where's Attila? I checked on this. So what we were eating last night is either the pancreas or the thymus. There are some other organs that can be described as sweetbread, but I'm not going to explain all that. So I should explain, in our restaurant last night, we were given this dish and nobody was quite sure what it was made out of, but it appears to have been the pancreas of the, well, I hope it's the pancreas of the cow. So the point that I'm making is that for some diseases, like breast cancer, the risk is linear, and for others, it's a curved relationship. And again, Pia's shown these slides, and the only point I want to make is that for mortality and morbidity, the risk curves are of different shapes. So dying of liver disease, your risk curve looks like this, and for getting ill with liver disease, this is women, this is men, your risk curves look like this. So the risk curves vary with gender, and they vary whether we're talking about people becoming ill or people becoming dying, or people dying. So there are, again, as the point was made earlier, there are many considerations that need to be crunched and put together here. And hypertensive diseases, I must admit this is a surprise to me, the extent to which women's risk of hypertensive disease really starts to take off much more than men. So this is male risk of hypertension, and this is the female risk relationship. So again, you saw about 15 graphs all put together. I'm just drawing attention to some of them to make the point that the type of risk relationships are different for different conditions, and they're different whether we're thinking of death or of illness. Ischemic heart disease, which has already been mentioned. So You'll see for death, you'll see the J-shaped curve here for women and for men, with women's risk climbing at these higher levels of consumption more than male risk. And these are the heart disease morbidity risks. So the J-shaped curve is alive and well, but it's a little bit shallower than it used to be thought. And why is that? Well, a couple of reasons. Firstly, and this is some mortality trends from Scotland. In 1975, ischemic heart disease was a big deal in Scotland, and anything that brought down ischemic heart disease was pretty important. Liver disease was not killing terribly many people in the mid-70s, so it's something that reduced risk of heart disease was very important for Scottish mortality in the 1970s. Liver disease wasn't that big a worry for people. But if we move on to look at 2010, you'll see that these rates of ischemic heart disease in the population, this is men, had considerably fallen, and liver disease was actually becoming a more important contributor to Scottish mortality. I'll just show you the same slide for women. So something that reduces deaths from ischemic heart disease, in this case light drinking, was more important in the 1970s than it is in 2010, because heart disease is a less important population. It still accounts for a significant chunk of Scottish deaths, but not as many as it did. So that's an important factor in the J-shaped curve. And again, this point was made that different populations will have different risks of different diseases. So overall, this was the thinking on how to think of the protective effects. Firstly, the protective effects tend to be effective in older age groups, whereas the risk of acute harms, and remember we're talking about them being particularly true in men, affect younger men. Okay, so extending the life of a 70-year-old has less effect on population health overall than a man dying at 20. You know, a young man from Glasgow diving off a hotel balcony in Portugal intoxicated, and we did a report on that last year, and there's about 5 of those deaths a year. So those deaths lead to a lot of life years lost. So the deaths, particularly acute deaths, tend to be young, and the protective effects in older age group. There's a selection bias that in older age drinkers, the drinkers, they may be a healthier population. As I was saying earlier, mortality from heart disease is falling, and the peak effects of the protective effects are at low levels of consumption. So that affected the way that the protective health effects, mainly for ischemic heart disease, but also for type 2 diabetes and for thrombosis type stroke. You know, those diseases were also taken into account, but ischemic heart disease is numerically the big one. Okay, so that's just a little bit on how the things were thought about. There was an option to have a considerably more complex message than the message that came out of, you know, both men and women would be to keep their drinking low risk, should remain below 14 units, 140 mLs a week. There was an option to have a much more complex message that might have looked something like this, that, you know, for women drinking at 2 units a day, their risk of breast cancer is increased by 16%. If they're drinking 5 units a day, 40 grams a day, is 40%. For cirrhosis of the liver, similarly looking at different, relative risks at different levels of consumption. So that this would have been an alternative way to present the guidance to the public, and again, that might be a thing that we'd want to talk about. The guideline did say something about units and the public, and this is what it said. There have been a couple of bits of work that found that awareness of the kind of term of units was pretty high. Most people had heard of the notion of units as a way of comparing the strengths of different drinks. However, the ability to measure and to count intake is poor, particularly with home drinking. And in Scotland, 75% of drinking is now done at home. 20 years ago, half of our drinking was done in pubs. 20 years later, it's about a quarter. So there's been a big shift to home drinking in the United Kingdom, which has driven certainly a lot of the policy things that doctors have been keen to see. So for home drinking, people are not terribly accurate at measuring, and they're particularly bad with wine. So beer and spirits, people are better at roughly stating units and measuring the units, but for wine, they're not so good. And people tend to think in terms of containers. So in other words, glasses of wine or pints of beer or cans of beer, than mLs. So those are the findings from units in the public. So the awareness is pretty good, but the actual implementation and people's knowledge of their own practical drinking, particularly for wine drinkers and particularly for home drinkers, is not so good. But they did say something about RARA. What they said is that there's no, and this exercise we're involved in, there's no simple solution, no easy way to make drinks more standard in strength and size. If there's a better alternative to the UK unit, we have yet to hear about it. So you might think that's a typically chauvinist British bulldog kind of statement. We're aware of discussions in RARHA which may consider a possible standard EU-wide unit. It's vital this work takes into account differing consumer practices and understandings across member states. So that's what the UK guideline said about units and standard measures. How was it received? Just one drink a day is too much, have a Friday night cup of tea instead. Health chief, and this is the English chief medical officer, attacked over nanny state alcohol guide. So that was the Daily Mail. The Scottish press received it rather differently. The UK following Scotland's lead, that always goes down well in my country, on zero alcohol pregnancy advice. And I was speaking to Emmanuel about this yesterday. Essentially, to cut a very long story short, the response to the guidelines and the newspapers split down political lines. Right-wing newspapers didn't like it and left-wing newspapers liked it. And it's as simple as that. We could go on and on about that at some greater length, but that was pretty much how they were received. David Spiegelhalter, who's reasonably well-known public figure on the Professor of Public Risk Understanding, wrote a fairly critical blog actually about the guidelines, where he said that, and just to quote what he said, these guidelines define low-risk drinking as giving a less than 1% chance of dying from alcohol-related condition. An hour of TV watching or a bacon sandwich a couple of times a week is more dangerous to your long-term health. He later kind of somewhat apologised for that statement to say he had taken other measures of the risks of sedentary behaviour and the risks of drinking processed meat and simplified them somewhat and so on. But this got quite a lot of press attention. And he was also critical of the notion that there's a 1% risk of dying in a car accident. He says that the risk actually is much less than that in the UK, which does have fairly safe roads, so he may be right about that. It all seems to come down to what pleasure you get from moderate drinking. So this attracted quite a lot of attention. I think the guideline group were probably a bit annoyed with him because he was consulted during the guideline and said he thought it was good, and then later when it came out he went public with some of this. So that was some of the criticism, and he designed this graph from the shades of red slide I showed you earlier, showing roughly what the guideline means in terms of estimated lifetime risk. So that was the kind of scientific reception, and in terms of the drinks industry, the Portman Group said the guidelines mean that UK men are now being advised to drink significantly less than their European counterparts. And I think it's a fairly obvious reason for that. Men die of alcohol-related disease much more than women do. I'm pleased that my colleague Mark Robinson's here. I was going to put this slide up anyway, whether you're here or not. Mark's part of the team who produces that. But should we just accept that men die at twice the rate that women do? The sky's blue, the grass is green, and men die alcohol-related deaths? Or should we actually be seeing that men ought to be drinking less to bring their mortality rate down? And just to finish off on our reception, this chap didn't like the guidelines and said we should all go to the pub at lunchtime. He's a member of the European Parliament, though he's not very keen on the European Parliament, but he does accept his salary, I understand from them. So Nigel Farage says that we should all go out and drink at lunchtime in order to thumb our nose at the chief medical officers and their nanny state guidelines. So that's me. That's the end of the presentation on the UK guidelines. I hope that built a little bit on Pia's presentation, just to see how the, if you like, so the recipe was put together from the science and was, created into this dish which is currently being consumed by the British population, and to just give you some idea of how that's been received. Okay, thank you.
The floor is open for the questions. And also my mic.
Alfred Uhl from the Austrian Public Health Institute. Well, there's a few things that I first wanted to remark. Of course, the issue is incredibly complicated, but we always talk of risks and causes, and most of it is associations. Death rates that you produced, I mean, if one reason increases, the other one sinks, so it's a complicated thing, and I'm with Pia, who says that we should use what we have, but there's two issues that I want to stress. One is, or question at least, one is the original guidelines you showed had an upper and a lower limit. Mm-hmm. And from my experience, the higher one are the one that makes sense for people who really drink much, because that's what impresses them. So in Austria, we use the original ones that Peter Anderson in a WHO report has popularized like 15 years ago as well. Mm-hmm. And we still think it's quite sensible, because heavy drinkers, and those are many, are not impressed by very low quantities. And the other thing, which I think is very important, and this relates to both presentations, if I want to inform people, and I think that I'm a consumer, if I sit at home with friends and drink alcohol, I want to know if there's a health risk, not if I will have an accident with a car if I'm not driving. So accident risks and health risks are very different. And then there's, of course, associations. I mean, I'm not impressed if somebody tells me that people wearing a black pullover beat their wives twice as many as people who have no black pullover, because my wife wouldn't allow me to beat her up. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay.
Just a couple of comments on that about the heaviest drinkers. I spent, much of my professional life working with the heaviest drinkers, and I do think there's a value in orientating them. I remember when the guidelines, when the UK guideline was 21 units a week to 210 units a week. One of my patients saying to me, "There's a mistake here. It should be 10 pints of beer a day, isn't it? That's what you mean." And I said, "No, Albert." His name was Albert. It's 10 pints of beer a week. He said, "I don't know anybody who drinks like that." And really brought home to me the way that the heaviest drinkers drink with other heavy drinkers, and all sit around reassuring each other that they're normal. So I do think there is a need to orientate some heavier drinkers who want to hear the message. Many of them don't, of course, and want to tune out. Your argument that we should kind of meet them halfway and have a higher guideline that doesn't upset them too much, I'm not so sure about that. I think that, as I say, as I was saying earlier, the UK guideline has been pitched at a 1% risk. But some people may be willing to accept a higher risk than that, and that's their choice, really. The issue of long-term health harms compared to acute health harms, I think one of the things about the current UK guidelines, and this is the first revision for 20 years, you need to remember that, the previous guidelines were 1995. The issue of acute harms was a bigger consideration in these guidelines than it was in the previous ones, which were really, I think, based on the risk of cirrhosis, of long-term health harms, particularly liver disease. In my country, I think that focus on acute harms is very important. I mentioned earlier, although it might seem a relatively small issue, the issue of what are called balcony deaths of young Scottish holidaymakers going to Portugal, Spain, Greece, whatever. And getting drunk and doing stupid things. And there's a substantial number of deaths that happen every year from that. And they're reported in the newspapers as tragic accident, you know, and they'll have a picture of the guy picking his suitcase about to go off on his holiday. It's described as a tragic accident. It's not typically described as an alcohol-related death, although it is. So I think in my country there's actually a need to say that these accidents are not inevitable. You know, that they are preventable and they're alcohol-related. So I think the focus on acute harms has, particularly for young men, has been an important one. I think we need to move away from the kind of boys will be boys and they'll do daft things. There's some truth in that, but a lot of beer in your belly doesn't help, and we do have some significant amounts of young lives lost because of that.
Thank you, Peter. Should we move to the next presentation? I would invite Mariatta Montonen here, and Mariatta works, as you know, as the coordinator for THL in Work Package 5, but not only, of course. And she's a media and communication research by training, and the social interest in issues related to alcohol information, as well as alcohol advertising. At the time of joint action, we all know that she planned the joint action altogether. She worked with the European Commission, DG Sanco as a second national expert, and she will share with us now the result of a Delphi survey carried out in Rara on issues around low-risk drinking. Mariatta, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Emanuele. Though I think it was a little bit of exaggeration to say that I planned the joint action. I did help out the dozens of people who were participating in the planning. Gosh, is it not on? Should be on. Yeah, it's just not. It's just not in the correct way. So planning the joint action was a joint process, like the work in the joint action has been a joint process. And maybe I should remind those who are not so familiar with the joint action that there are actually, now it's working, 3 core work packages that are being taken forward, and the topics of today are just drawn from one of the work packages. What I was planning to do here was to tell you a little bit about the background on this particular work package and describe very briefly the Delphi method that was already mentioned, that we have been using, and then walk you through the results. And I will, that goes in the wrong direction. This was what I was aiming at, because this illustrates our starting point. The starting point for this work package was that guidelines for limiting drinking in order to reduce risks of harm from alcohol are given in most EU countries, but there is little variation in the level that has been defined as low risk. And that may confuse consumers and may reduce the potential for effects of risk communication. And this information that you cannot read, but this is an example of the background work we did. This information was collected by the Italian Institute as background work for the joint action, because our working methods consisted on papers to summarize the scientific basis and surveys to update information on the current situation regarding the low-risk definitions and practices related to communicating them. Then we carried out 2 separate Delphi surveys to identify points of convergence and potential for consensus among experts in public health. One of the Delphi surveys was around issues related to low-risk drinking guidelines per se, and the other one was focused on guidelines for reducing alcohol-related risks among young people, and the results of that one will be presented later. And then we organize meetings for exchange between experts, like we are doing today, and we will continue doing that in the future as well. Here. This is very briefly some information about how we are organized and who is involved in this work package. So this work package is led by the Finnish Institute for Health and Welfare and the Italian Istituto Superiore di Sanità. And we have participants from altogether 34 partner organizations that are based in 24 countries. And here is some information about the experts participating in the Delphi survey. The Delphi process, very briefly, consists of a survey of expert views, and the survey is carried out in 2 or more rounds, with the results fed back to the respondents in between, in case they want to revise their views and arguments. And the surveys are carried out anonymously to minimize the effect of speaker status and group dynamics. Normally, this process leads to some degree of consensus, but it also helps to identify topics on which positions differ. In this Delphi survey that I'm going to talk you about, we had 51 experts participating based in 27 countries. They had a very strong expertise in the alcohol field, but also considerable input from the public health field. And as you can see from the graph, which is based on self-classification, there were people who placed themselves in both expert groups. And here are listed the main topics or themes that were addressed, and I will walk you through the results. I will start with purposes of drinking guidelines, and then I will briefly present some methodological issues, and also briefly some points relating to communication to the public, and then I'll present the experts' views regarding the labeling of alcoholic beverages, and then finally come back to the key question, how to deal with the variation in drinking guidelines today. Here you have the answer to the key question. Is there support among the experts for using low-risk drinking guidelines as a public health measure? Yes, there is. There is strong support. There was no shift in positions between the survey rounds. There are minimal differences which may be due to slight changes of opinion or changes in willingness to take a stand or to panelist dropout, because this survey was carried out so that the respondents could skip any question they felt was outside their field of expertise or they felt uncomfortable answering. Key questions such as these were repeated in the 2 rounds to identify if there are really shifts in the positions or not. Here is just an example that was already actually presented by Kit about having 2 kind of guidelines, guideline for low risk and guideline for high risk, like the Danish Health Authority plus the binge drinking avoidance guideline. So I was just taking this example because the Danish example was presented in one of the previous expert meetings organized for the Joint Action RARA, and because there still, I think, was some confusion among the experts participating in the survey about when and where we were talking about high risk or low risk. This slide shows the experts' understanding of the rationale for communicating low-risk drinking guidelines. So based on the results of the Delphi survey, the main justification is that consumers have the right to be informed about risks related to alcohol consumption. And the experts also seem to support the view that the core message is about risk rather than safety. And there was a widely shared view that guidelines are needed separately concerning drinking over longer periods of time and drinking on a single occasion. And here is an attempt to summarize the difference of the purposes or effects that can be expected from these different types of guidelines. So the primary purpose of low-risk guidelines is to inform rather than immediately change drinking patterns, and not just inform alcohol consumers, but also others, for whatever reason they are not consumers. Whereas the high-risk drinking guidelines would be mainly directed to at-risk drinkers and contribute to encouraging them to reduce the amounts they are consuming. The single occasion guidelines would mainly be directed to help prevent the risk of accidents and injuries due to intoxication. But all these different types of guidelines may have the potential to draw all alcohol consumers' attention to the risks that may be involved in their drinking habits. And that, in the long term, may contribute to shifting a little bit drinking patterns. So this is in a way deduced from the results of the Delphi survey, not something that was presented to the experts. And this slide refers to what Pia was talking about, that normally the guidelines regarding low-risk drinking are different for women and for men. And this is also information gathered by the ISS, but you will not be able to read it. But in general, in Europe, there are different guidelines, and the typical justification is that women are more vulnerable to the effects of alcohol, mainly because of they reach a given blood alcohol concentration with a smaller amount of alcohol than men. That is normally given as the reason. So the Delphi survey respondents, this is actually an aside. This was also mentioned by Pia and by Peter as well, that there seems to be a move away, starting from gender-specific drinking guidelines to unified guidelines, both in Australia and the United Kingdom. That is where the issue is moving. But the experts in the Delphi panel were asked a direct question about whether they would support separate guidelines for women and men or a single guideline. And it seems that the clear majority thought that low-risk drinking guidelines should be separately specified for women and men, mainly because of physical and biological differences. A few did think that the same low-risk consumption might be justified, irrespective of gender. The arguments to back up that were that alcohol is harmful for humans regardless of gender, then it would be easier to communicate a single guideline to the population, and that women are less prone to risky behavior than men. Actually, it seems that 1 in 4 would consider the use of same guideline possible, or else are undecided on this issue. There was also a question about the need for age-specific guidelines. This will be addressed thoroughly in the presentation in the afternoon based on the other Delphi survey. The other Delphi survey was targeted to people who are experts on young people issues, and this Delphi survey was more with people who are generalists, not necessarily young people experts. But among this panel, there is generally a lack of support for specifying low-risk drinking guidelines for young people under 18 years. The majority agreed that for young people, any consumption of alcohol entails risk, and the message should be that under 18s should not drink at all. Along with this area of consensus, there is an area where their views diverged. There is, on the one hand, support for what could be called a cautious stance, that is providing guidelines also for young adults above 18, and almost equal support for providing for harm reduction approach as regards under 18s. since a large part would be drinking anyway, to provide them with some advice to reduce risks, at least in countries where the legal minimum age is 16. Is there need for specific drinking guidelines for older people? The reply from the panel was that yes, there was broad agreement that some sort of guidance for older people would be in place. There was groups of almost equal size that called for clear guidelines on how many drinks on average old people would be able to take without increased risk, or another group of equal size who preferred a general statement about greater vulnerability, possibly also highlighting specific risks such as interaction with medications or comorbidities or risk of accidents. And this slide is about the methodological issues. I will not go into the methodology here, but just very briefly mention that although there was wide support for the use of low-risk drinking guidelines, there were also reservations and lack of support and even objections. And the main reason behind these doubts seemed to be neither the scientific basis for low-risk drinking guidelines or doubts as to their effectiveness. There was, however, a widely shared view that further research may increase understanding of confounders and the relationship between alcohol consumption and health conditions, but the main body of science in this area is likely to remain valid. Areas that might deserve further attention is knowledge of causality and risks relating to alcohol, the reliability and validity of self-reports of alcohol consumption, and also further research would be needed on heavy drinking patterns and the risk of alcohol related to mortality and morbidity. And also there is a call for quantifying harms to others, but more as a useful background for formulating low-risk guidelines than as feeding in directly into intake guidelines. Here's a summary of some of the communication aspects, because many of the doubts concerning the use of drinking guidelines seem to have more to do with communication to the public and professionals than with the scientific basis. On the other hand, there were some commentators who thought that well-designed communication could help prevent some counterproductive interpretations and effects. And here is a summary of suggestions coming from the expert panel on points that would be important to highlight in communication to the public. First, that low-risk drinking does not mean no risk, and that, for instance, occasional heavy drinking and daily drinking are both potentially harmful drinking patterns. Then there are at-risk groups or high-risk situations that should be highlighted, that call for caution. For instance, use of medication or mental health problems. Then situations where the safest option is not to drink at all, quite predictable, pregnancy, driving when at work, and particular harms to highlight, for instance, at the top, where increased risk of cancer and risk of adverse effects on the family. As regards the positive effects of alcohol, the views were divided, whether it would be better not to include any messages about positive effects in low-risk communication, or whether messages should be there to correct misconceptions. The next slide was another aside, and that was about the planning pregnancy issue, but that was already touched upon by Peter. So this just serves to move us to the next topic, which is the panelists' view on the labeling of alcoholic beverages. There were several questions about what kind of information health-related information should be there on alcoholic beverage labels. And there was a wide call for the calorie content to be there, and a general view that consumers should have full information on alcoholic beverages. And then Quite spontaneously in comments, many experts highlighted that there should be warnings about potential harm, health risks. Quite predictable also here, the pregnancy and drink driving, but also mixing alcohol with medications, vulnerability of minors and effects on the brain and so forth. So this makes a nice candidate list for rotating information texts. And in response to a direct question, would it be useful from a public health perspective if warning messages about health or safety risks were required across the European Union on alcoholic beverage packages or on alcohol advertisements? The response was mostly yes, wide support. And the main argumentation behind that was that obtaining information is the consumer's right, and providing information about the risks of alcohol would make for coherent public health policy related to smoking as well. And here are examples of variation in the definition of standard risk, which is called the UNIT in the UK. This is also just to illustrate that there is a lot of variation. But the experts were asked whether it would make sense to move towards a common definition of a standard drink. And yes, there was support for that, but justified doubts as to the feasibility of a common definition, mainly because giving up established national definitions would be too much trouble, and no guarantee that the common definition would be better understood or more usable than the national one. There were two suggestions for alternative approaches. One, to drop the scientific precision and just talk about drinks. That would evidently be understood differently in different countries and by different people. Or to go for grams. Actually, the idea of using milliliters, like Peter did in his presentation, did not come up at all. But in fact, there was a lot of support for the idea of indicating grams pure alcohol in a package on the label of an alcoholic beverage package. And then I'm almost at the end. Would it be desirable for European public health bodies to agree on a common concept of low-risk drinking? And most of the experts in this panel thought that yes, it would be desirable. So it would be desirable to move away a little bit from the current variation in guidelines. The main challenges there seem to be the existence of the established national definitions and differences in drinking culture. A change in national guidelines will not be perhaps acceptable politically or among the population. There were words of caution from the experts, including that agreeing on a common definition would be a long-term process. But on the other hand, somebody suggested that an initiative to agree on a common definition would in any case stimulate scientific discussion about the nature of alcohol-related harm. How then to proceed? As replies to questions presented to the experts, it seemed that one way to move forward would be to designate a task group to review available evidence, including results of quantitative risk modeling, and to seek consensus on conclusions and recommendations. In answers to the question which body in Europe could have or give mandate to set up such a task group, the WHO was mentioned the most often, followed by the European Union, either jointly with the WHO or a single actor or in cooperation with member states. The experts as a group would suggest as aspects to take into account the burden of alcohol-related harm at national level, medical and public health stakeholders' views, and the use of a pre-selected criterion for low risk. For example, 1 in 100 lifetime risk of death, like in Australia, or 1 in 1,000. Among the expert panel, there was clear tendency to prefer the 1 in 100 risk level over the more cautious 1 in 1,000 risk level. This is my last slide. It shows how the current low-risk drinking definitions in a few countries look like in the light of a criterion of low risk of 1 in 100 deaths or 1 in 1,000. So if you look at Finland, for instance, we have at the moment the guideline that for men not to drink more than 20 grams on average per day, and for women it's 10 grams. That's quite close to the level of 1 in 100 risk. But if we were to go for the more cautious 1 in 1,000 level, then we would need to revise our low-risk drinking guideline downwards a little bit. So the experts were a little bit divided about whether the level of low risk defined as 1 in 1,000 could be just simply chosen like that, following the Australian example, or whether these issues should be placed in the hands of an international body. But for the overall approach, there was clear support. And at this point, I thank you for your attention.
The floor is open for the question that I can imagine you would like to. Peter.
I think the issue of older people is getting to be very interesting because the general approach is one that you've talked about of talking about frailty, comorbidity, falls, all that kind of stuff. However, if you take into account the acute harms, they are much less for older people than for younger people. So I think I'm right, and I'll need to go back through the papers, that actually if you're going to make age-specific guidelines, then probably the science leads you to having higher limits for older people than for younger people because of this much lower risk of acute harm, in a drinking episode. So I guess I'm just pointing out, it seems interesting that intuitively people seem to think that the guidelines ought to be lower for older people, but I think it may be that the science, maybe some people know more than me on this, that the science actually points to a higher low-risk level of consumption for older people.
That may be the case, but on the other hand, we do not have very much information on drinking habits of older people, because in the population surveys, the age range stops at around 65 or something like that. And nowadays we have people who are around 80 and still drinking, and people who are 90 and still going strong. And actually we have very little information on them. But there is, at the moment, there is acute need for guidelines on what to do with older people's drinking. So, for instance, in Finland, before we used a guideline taken from the American Association of Geriatrists. Is that the way to pronounce it? Well, old people specialists. That was to limit drinking to 1 or 2 drinks per day, I think. But they have given up that recommendation, and there is no appropriate source for that kind of recommendation any longer available. So the current guideline in Finland focuses on the specific risks related to the use of medication and the changes in the metabolism and so forth, and those are very individual things. So I think the main message for older people should be that they should really stop and think carefully about their situation, preferably together with a health professional who knows about these things.
More question?
We have about 15 minutes before the lunch break for discussion.
Nobody wants to discuss. Kate? She wants to discuss usually.
Yeah. It's because I was very happy to see that there was such a big agreement among the experts on a lot of things in this low-risk Delphi study. So I'm very optimistic concerning that it would be possible for an expert group consisting of people from the WHO or EU or what do I know, to make a proposal about what can we draw from the Delphi study, what do we agree upon mostly, and then try to make a debate in the member states about this proposal. I think it would be nice just to push this process, not to wait for more research and so on and so forth. I think we are in a situation where it would be nice for most member states that they have had a European backing for the recommendation to the people. And of course, we couldn't just have one low-risk drinking guideline. We had to have a lot of messages, which is also summarized in your presentation. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that you are quite right there. What is needed is not just a number of drinks or an amount of grams that you should drink or that you are allowed to drink, but we need multi-component messages. And I think that it's about what we are intending to do in this work package, that we use the results of the Delphi survey and the feedback we get from you and from others in the joint action to present our conclusions and our recommendations on the points on which we agree and on the points that we recommend others to agree. And it's quite possible for individual member states to take this work we have done and take the work that has been done in the UK, for instance, into account when they come to the point where they want to revise their guidelines. And of course, it would be very nice if another expert group would be set up to discuss, for instance, whether to go for the 1 in 100 or 1 in 1,000 level. But that was not a task for this joint action, and also we were not mandated to set the number of drinks or grams. We are a mixed group. We are not all similar specialists. So we are trying to move forward the discussion.
Han?
I'd just like to push it a little bit more, because I think that, this whole issue has been discussed many years, in one form or another. I think this project has, I'm not involved in it, but I think it has done great work. And I think, to me, just reading the reports about what you found from the Delphi aspect of it, is that I think it wouldn't be difficult to get consensus about the 1 in 100 and 1 in 1,000. But at the end of the day, the biggest challenge is the standard drink. What does that mean? And it's not just a cultural thing. I mean, Peter is talking about, the UK has the 1 gram. We have one standard drink country beside them. And it goes back for more than 100 years. And it's about how we served a standard drink of whiskey. And so it's not a point of actually saying, okay, we can change that. That fundamentally is an extremely difficult thing to do, because it means that either the UK has to serve more whiskey in their measure, or we have to serve less. Now, I'm only taking those two countries. You're whiskey drinkers, at least you're producing a lot of it. So I think that perhaps is a big challenge. But I think if we could get consensus even on getting grams, and then if we have grams, the total grams on a container, then each country can interpret that differently. But I think if we could get 1 or 2 key common issues or markers across all the EU, then I think we could really progress the science into not just the communication messages which you mentioned, which are absolutely critical and at the end of the day more important than everything. But when it comes down to it, politicians, health specialists need to have some numbers, and I think we have to take that into consideration.
Yeah, I quite agree that there is a lot of agreement among the specialists. I was actually astonished to see that they were so almost unanimous on some points. Almost, I'm saying, because there are always those who have a different point of view. And there was on some points very little differences in the views presented in the first and second round of the Delphi survey, which kind of maybe sends the message that the agreement is in place and it is very strong, that there is a lot for us to go forward. And it also seems that the standard drink issue is extremely difficult. The standard drink, by definition, is not the same as the serving measure. And that's how it has been for a long time. When I was preparing my presentation for our previous meeting, I found a kind of an illustration that came from Germany from the 1910 or 1920s, where it was about work safety instructions, where they tried to explain what kind of German servings contain 10 grams of alcohol. So this issue has been a challenge for at least 100 years already. But the grams might help, and there is support from the expert panel for using the grams on the package. But I frankly think that this is an area where proper consumer research would be needed, with focus groups and mock bottles and whatnot, and maybe some sort of exercise in monitoring your consumption using different instruments to figure out how we can help consumers. Because the point is that if there are people who want to monitor their drinking, they need to have a practical tool for doing that.
May I add, this is my opinion, probably it has much more impact to see the number of calories that are into a bottle than the quantity of alcohol that is in. Because people should be much more interested in not gaining weight by mean drinking. It's of course, it could be a joke, but there are some experiences. Also Eurocare demonstrated something also in the last European conference on alcohol, by mean a video on this, an experience that has been done. And probably this can contribute also as a cross-cutting team towards the fight to obesity, and to make also available some common views that also in the Commission are arising about the fight to the different risk factors, and to make alcohol alive also in the other fields. So probably there are people who should not passionate about the quantity of grams of alcohol, but probably are much more keen to understand how many calories there are into a glass. Probably could be also influence the behavior of consumers, because about consumers we are speaking of. There is one more question there.
Yeah, I have a question related more to the communication part that you mentioned. I'm interested or curious whether you know what proportion of the population is aware of current national drinking guidelines, and if you have any information of the features of this group, so whether they're old, young, male, female, heavy drinkers, not heavy drinkers, etc. Is there any information out there?
Well, I think that the awareness has been researched in the United Kingdom, and Denmark has researched that, because Denmark has been disseminating these guidelines for several decades. And there may be information from some other countries as well. But I could reply regarding my own country, Finland. I was going to maybe say this in the presentation I have in the afternoon. But in Finland, we have been since the 1990s, I think, or maybe even mid-80s, we have been disseminating information about high risk levels of drinking. And then in the 2000s, a low risk guideline was issued as well, but that one has never been properly disseminated in Finland, so awareness of the low risk guideline in Finland is minimal. I would assume that it's close to 95–99%. Few people know about that, and that's our own fault. We have not been disseminating information about that. We have been focusing on the high risk level.
Doris.
So not disseminating things we have, of course, it cannot inform people who should be informed about it, but I think we also have another communication problem on the guidelines, as you already mentioned, and normally we easily reach those people who do not really need the guidelines, but we have difficulties to reach those people, for example, the binge drinking young people, and they are not really, they do not really like all our guidelines and all our advice, because they decided already they would like to ignore some things the adults or whatever people are speaking about. So we must find a way also to reach especially those parts of our population who are really in danger to drink too much.
I think you are quite right there. The high-risk groups need a different approach than the general population and the regular alcohol consumers. But the point is, with the low-risk guidelines, that everybody needs to be informed about the risks related to drinking and about how to reduce those risks.
Keith.
Yes, we've been had these guidelines since 1990, and we started out with high-risk drinking guidelines, and then in 2007 we changed them to low-risk drinking guidelines. And as a matter of fact, we don't use the high-risk drinking guidelines in the population anymore. It's meant for the professionals to know that if people are drinking at that level, they have to intervene. So we have had a communication problem because we have shifted the guidelines. But even though we can see that around 60% of the population know about the guidelines, but that is because we have yearly campaigns. We can see that the knowledge is dropping before the campaign and raising again after the campaign. So you have to have yearly campaigns, and that is because of many other reasons also very, very important, because you can communicate not just the guidelines, but also the cancer risk or the binge drink risk or any other things when you are making these campaigns, and so they're not that expensive.
No comment.
No, I quite agree. I'm
Okay.
impressed with the persistent work in Denmark, because that's the point, that campaigns as such are a weak instrument. But if you keep doing them, if you keep saying the same thing all over and over again, then it might make a difference. And I think that the Danish approach has been brilliant, because the core message stays the same, but each year there can be a different group that's targeted. Sometimes it's men, sometimes it's parents, sometimes it's maybe women, younger, older, so forth. So there is a little bit variation, but the core message has been all the time the same: the standard drinks and the guidelines, the official guidelines from the health authorities. And you can really, the work you have done to monitor the effects shows that it can have an effect in terms of awareness and
Also, the consumption has fallen with 25% from 96 to 2012. Well, I would just say that you can see that the consumption has fallen from 96 to 2012 with 25%, almost 25%.
So you could say that disseminating information has been maybe a factor in the shift in attitudes.
Thank you. Thank you, Marietta. I think we can close here the morning session. We will have 1 hour of break. We will start sharp at 1 o'clock with the second session, and have a nice break. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Doris.
And if there are
Thank you,
people,
Marietta.
if there are people who have not signed the list of attendance, please come to me because I have the list now. Before we start, I would like to remind once more those who will be coming for the work meeting tomorrow. Remember to take the address. The meeting is not in this building, it's elsewhere. The address, the map, looks like this. Remember to take this tomorrow, for tomorrow.
Okay, welcome to the second part of the of today's session. I am still Pia Mäkelä, and I work here in THL, and I'm one of the co-leaders in this Work Package 5. And Claudia, do you want to introduce yourself?
I'm Claudia Gandin. I work in Rome at the National Institute of Health, and I'm involved in Working Package 5 and 6, and we are, as Istituto Superiore di Sanità, project leader for the evaluation of the RARA project. I'm a gastroenterologist and research and guest counselor.
So we have, as our next speaker, Rebecca Steffens, who works with the Landschaftsverband Westfalen-Lippe, which is a regional association of local governments. And you work there as a project coordinator for a separate task within RARHA's Work Package 5, which focuses on young people. And she, together with colleague Doris Sarasin, work in various projects to develop prevention activities and communication guidelines for young people. And Doris will, Rebecca will share today the results of the second Delphi survey carried out as part of the RARHA project on guidelines for reducing alcohol-related harm for young people. Please.
We would like to remind to the speaker that because of time constraint, we need to respect the timetable. So if you don't mind, I will show you when you have still 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Pia, for the introduction. So yeah, today I will present you briefly the results of our Delphi process on alcohol-related harm for young people. I will briefly say something about the purpose of the Delphi process. The preliminary work we did before we started it, something about the recruiting of the panel, short description of the panel, and then some results of the Delphi process. The overall aim of the LWL's tasks in this work package is the development of a background paper about guidelines on drinking by young people, which are directed at either young people, parents, health, or other professionals or policymakers. With the Delphi process, we wanted to focus on qualitative advice, which should be or could be included in such guidelines, and mainly those questions: which information should guidelines for young people entail, which messages would be effective, and how can young people actually be reached with those guidelines. So all in all, we want to give, with this background paper, we want to produce at the end of our task, we want to give an overview about European guidelines, but also about attitudes and opinions of European experts. We want to show within this, we want to show points of convergence, but also points where there's still disagreement or different attitudes among European experts. And of course, we will include the scientific background of the topic. The work we did prior to the Delphi process included at first a survey we did with the with the work package partners in work package 5 in 2014, where we got information from the KNAPA representatives about existing guidelines in their countries, but also about relevant scientific studies and about brief interventions they knew. Then we had an expert meeting in Münster in Germany with 13 European experts, and we discussed those results there and prepared the Delphi process. Yeah, about the recruiting process. Our aim was to include not only researchers in the Delphi study, but also practical prevention experts. So we aimed for 2 practical prevention experts and 2 researchers from all member states, and also, of course, Norway, Iceland, and Switzerland. We contacted the KNAPA representatives and asked them to nominate appropriate experts from their countries, and received 94 nominations from the KNAPA, from all countries except from Bulgaria, Sweden, and Slovakia. The actual participation looks like this. We had 55 experts participating in the first round of the Delphi study, and 9 experts in the second round. Yeah, you can also see on the map how the experts, from which countries we had the experts on the panel. Short description of the panel. We asked them for their professional background, and the first round is the light blue color, where we had around 1/3 of the panel in the practical prevention, 1/3 in research and science, and 27% in different fields. In the second round, we added a category for both, so for practical prevention and research, and actually had around 1/3 of the panel in this category in the second round. Yeah, we also asked the experts for their experience, how long they had been working in the relevant field for our Delphi process, and we actually had almost 60% of the experts with experience of more than 20 years in the field. Yeah, yeah. And additionally, we wanted to know if they had personal experience in the topic with dealing with alcohol-related harm with their own children or in the family. And actually, we had in both rounds around 80% who indicated that they had personal experience in this as well. That is the only information we have about the panel. We didn't ask them for the from which country they came, because we wanted to preserve their anonymity as we had promised in the invitation letter. So next will be some results of our Delphi process. As we had worked on the questions for the first round of the Delphi, we also thought we wanted to use the opportunity and ask the experts for their opinion on the at this point recently published action plan, EU action plan on youth drinking and heavy episodic drinking. And we asked them to rate the most important areas for action in this action plan. You can see the result right here. Most important has been rated the reducing of heavy episodic drinking. Second one was reducing of exposure of youth to alcohol marketing and advertising. Then came reducing harm from alcohol during pregnancy, and at fourth there was reducing the accessibility and availability of alcohol for young people. Further, we asked them as well to rate the importance of the specific target groups and priorities in the action plan. and there the results have been that to protect the children from alcohol-related harm caused by others was at first space, and the prevention of and minimizing consumption of young people under the legal drinking age was second, protecting the unborn child and baby at third, and to prevent alcohol-related harm for young people over the legal drinking age was rated fourth. Yeah. We also asked the respondents to name explicit measures which would be important for reducing alcohol-related harm in Europe. And there were many measures, but those can be read in the paper. We will finalize until next month. Yes, for young people to accept guidelines, we thought it would be important to ask who should be providing such guidelines. And the overall agreement, not consensus, but most of the panel suggested that it would be best if governmental bodies, scientific societies, and medical associations would jointly develop and publish such guidelines to be accepted by young people. Also, in the comment section, there were many comments suggesting to include the target group in the development of those guidelines. So we have asked the respondents in the second round for ideas on how to practically include them in the development, and we received very different suggestions and comments. Some said that they should be involved at all levels, at the early stage of development, at review, dissemination, and implementation. Others said they could just help to design the best messages and to choose the best dissemination channels for young people. But there were also very opposed opinions against this idea that it would actually be dangerous to use young people in this way, and that they could never succeed in fulfilling this role. So the main part of the first Delphi round focused on asking the respondents for the agreement to certain statements. Those statements we have derived from mainly from the survey we did in 2014, where we got a lot of information from all the country representatives, and then we grouped those statements according to age groups. And those two statements you can see right here have been the main statements we have we got from the countries in this survey in 2014. And as you can see, about 2/3 of the respondents agreed with the first one, that children should not drink alcohol at all. Arguments supporting this have been, for example, the later the better, and there's no evidence that some quantity of alcohol is safe. The second statement, children between 14 and 15 ideally should not drink at all, but if they do, for example, in special situations like family celebrations, they should only take a small sip. This statement has found agreement with roughly 1/3 of the respondents as well. One argument supporting this has been that it's a pragmatic attitude. Normally, children under 16 must not drink, but in reality, they do, or on many occasions they do, and we must prevent that alcohol is being considered a demonic substance, prohibited, and therefore fascinating. That's only an example of those arguments. The second age group has been the 16 to 17-year-olds, where only the first statement has gained the agreement of the majority of the respondents at 60%, which is young people should not drink under the age of 18. The other statements didn't get a lot of agreement, but arguments that supported some of the other have been, we need to provide guidance that takes into account the reality of young people between 16 and 17 years, for whom alcohol consumption is common and unlikely to disappear soon. Also, alcohol is ubiquitous in our cultures, therefore learning how to deal with alcohol sensibly is a development task that young people need to complete. Therefore, they need detailed knowledge rather than limiting guidelines. Then we also have this age group between 18 and 25. We didn't receive any qualitative advice in the survey from 2014. There we only received some recommendations for standard drinks or units. So we asked the respondents in the second round actually if they think that special advice is needed for this age group because, for example, the EU Alcohol Action Plan for young people includes this group until 25. And also 83% of the Delphi panel agreed that special advice is needed for this age group, and it should especially focus on binge drinking and heavy episodic drinking for this age group. We also talked about gender differences for young people. Here the discussion is not so, has not been easy, not pointed in one direction. In the first round, 55% of the respondents have voted for different guidelines for boys and girls. In the second round, they have been presented with the arguments you can see below. Arguments pro different guidelines have been that there are gender-specific consequences of alcohol consumption, a different drinking behavior, motives, physical differences, etc. And then against different guidelines have been named that there different guidelines for boys and girls could appear to give tacit permission for underage drinking, or that alcohol consumption takes place in the peer group anyhow, and boys and girls should all get the same advice. After seeing those arguments, only 45% still voted for giving different guidelines for boys and girls. We addressed short and long-term consequences in this Delphi process. The majority of the respondents stated in the comments that it was important to focus on short-term consequences in the case of young people because they would just, short-term consequences would impact their behavior much more than long-term consequences. And the most relevant consequences would be traffic accidents, injuries, reckless sexual behavior, fights and violence, and then only then intoxication and academic failure on last position. But 66% of the panel also said that long-term consequences still should be included in the guidelines because for once young people do have the right to get all the information, and and also parents should of course get this information as well. Most important here, the disruption of the brain development, long-term social consequences, and alcohol dependency. Especially for the group of 16 to 17-year-olds, there had been a discussion of zero tolerance versus a risk reduction approach. So we also asked the panel if guidelines for young people should focus on risk reduction, and actually 78% of the respondents agreed to that, stating relevant risk reduction advice would be advice for safe transport, not to drink in particular situations, for example, when they're sad, alone, sick, etc. Advice on how to say no would be very important as well for young people. Advice for parties and not to drink at particular times of the day or week, for example, in or before school or work. Also, this risk minimizing advice should already be given to 16 to 17-year-olds, in the opinion of 60% of the respondents. Even to children younger than 16, said 1/4 of the panel, or only to over 18-year-olds, said 15% of the respondents. In a second part of the Delphi study, we discussed the role of the parents in reducing alcohol-related harm for their children. And the most important aspects there have been the communication of, between parents and their children, parents' own drinking behavior, on then monitoring and rule enforcement, and parties and transport. There have been many statements included in this part of our Delphi process. Here are only those listed which gained more than 80% of agreement from the experts. Mostly they concentrated on the communication part. Yeah, I'm a little bit short on time, so I will skip to the next one. Another important question for us was to ask for aspects which are important for young people to develop a healthy handling with alcohol, because alcohol is just is there in European culture. And there, the most important aspect mentioned by the experts has been the delay of the onset of drinking, role models and well-informed parents, and staying close to the actual reality of young people when communicating preventive messages. Then just a short summary at the end. We had two major points of disagreement in the process. The first one is the major point, because we had the point of zero tolerance versus a risk minimizing advice for young people underage. And also there was the problem of formulation of guidelines. There were many terms and expressions that should not have been used, and experts tended to disagree on that. But we also have some points of convergence. First of all, most of the experts agreed that the guidelines should be jointly developed by the governmental bodies, scientific society, and medical associations. Children under the age of 16 should not drink at all. 16 to 17-year-olds should still not drink, but risk minimizing advice is necessary. The focus should be on short-term consequences, but long-term risks should be communicated as well. Parents play a very important role. They are role models, and also should keep track of their own consumption. Communication between parents and young people is essential in reducing alcohol-related harm for them. And also, in order to reduce the accessibility of alcohol for young people, all relevant actors need to work together, and an integrated alcohol policy would be necessary. Yeah, that's about it. Thank you.
Okay, and now we have time for some questions. Okay, Sandra. You need to introduce yourself and to use the microphone, because if not, it will be not registered.
Hello, my name is Sandra Radoš Krnel. I'm coming from Slovenian National Institute of Public Health. Rebecca, I would like you to comment these two, in my at least opinion, conflicting situations. From one side, we have the law that says this is the age from which is allowed to drink, from 18 or in some countries even 16 or something like that. And from another side, you are talking about giving the advice as a, I don't know, a public health worker for these people that are underage according to our law, how to drink that it could be less dangerous for them. How do you see? For me, it's a little bit conflicting situation, so can you comment on that?
Of course, that has been a conflicting situation, and we had this discussion several times now, actually, during the Raha project. But yeah, this is why that we have different attitudes in Europe towards this issue, and this is why we agreed that we would report these percentages of agreement with those statements. Yeah, I think it's just, it is important to keep in mind the actual reality. Of course, we have the legal regulations, but on the other hand, we know that young people are drinking, so we have to address this issue. And this is how we did it now. I just want to make it clear one more time that this is not a personal opinion. This is accumulated attitudes and opinions from all over Europe.
Okay. Okay.
So I just would like to answer, because it's really a big discussion, because in Germany the rule is and the law is that it is for public availability of alcohol. It's not for private circumstances. So the parents can decide on their own what they want to do and what not. And we had a very long and very big article in our newspaper on Saturday. And then they expected drug prevention workers, very well known from universities in Germany. They said, the parents, you have to tell your children how to deal with alcohol. It's one of your jobs, you have to do. You cannot let it done by peers when they are 16 or 17, because in Germany it's allowed to drink beer and wine from 16 years old. So the parents are under pressure that they have to tell their children how to deal with alcohol. And now, when we now know that they started with 13 and now it shifted to 14 and a half or something like that, they get the advice, don't wait until 16 to start this educational task you have.
One more question. Yes, please. Mariatta, too. Yeah.
Well, of course, they have to know something about alcohol, but what they need to know can be very different things. They must know that there is a drinking pressure in our culture, and that maybe that they are forced to drink, not because they want to drink or have a biological desire to drink, but because it is a symbol of adulthood and so on and so forth. So you have to discuss a lot of things about what is it to grow up, and how can you be yourself without to have this alcohol as some sort of crutch, a social crutch. Is that the expression? Do you know what I mean? Yeah, everyone knows what I mean. So if you want your child to be a strong child, then they have to know that use of alcohol is just a way to try to be adult in a way that you are not so self-reliant and independent as you could be if you could be yourself without alcohol. So it's rather complicated. It's not just 5 messages that you could give to your child. You also have to ask it, what do you expect to come out of it when you drink. It places yourself in a situation where you do things which you may be embarrassed over afterwards. And how do you think that others will regard you in that respect? So it's actually the focus should be on the parents. What would be the best way to discuss this with your young children? Because it's a part of how do you grow old? How do you be a reliable adult person? So I think that we should discuss about that the parents are the main target group in our way to prevent alcohol problems among the youth.
Mariatta is the last because unfortunately we have no time.
Yeah, I just noticed a comment from one of the panelists saying that alcohol consumption is common among young people and unlikely to disappear soon. So I quite agree that we need to take into account the reality, but the reality can also be changed. So Finland is one of the countries where 16-year-old people still drink and binge drink far too often, but the proportion of those who do so is decreasing and has been decreasing for a long time. So the reality for young people has changed. We don't know why, because we have not researched that properly, but there are probably many factors behind, one being that the minimum age control has become tighter, and there have been further restrictions on alcohol advertising, and that parents' attitudes have changed. But that means that the reality also can move in one direction and should not be taken as a constant.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Now we will have to move on to the next part of the day. Already in the morning we had one presentation about the country-specific guidelines from the UK. And now we will have 3 more country cases from Switzerland and France and Finland. And actually this is a continuation from our previous meeting in 2014 in Rome, where there were 2 country cases presented. Then it was Italy and Denmark. So I think it is a nice continuation from that. So now we have Jan Schumacher here, who is a member of the Swiss Federal Commission on Alcohol-Related Issues. And he has been involved in the development of the new alcohol guidelines in Switzerland, which came out a year ago. He's also the president of the Professional Association on Addiction Issues in the Italian-speaking region of Switzerland, as well as the vice president of an active in the provision of addictions and prevention services in that region. So, welcome. Please.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for inviting me.
That's the right light on.
Okay, yes. Thank you for inviting the Federal Commission for Alcohol-Related Issues here in this beautiful city to present the new Swiss guidelines to low-risk alcohol consumption. I am Vice President of the Federal Commission and I work as a clinician in the Italian part of Switzerland. So I speak Italian, German, French and a little bit English, sorry about that. And in my everyday work I'm in daily relationship with alcohol addicted people, so with people who didn't know or didn't care about our guidelines. That's one point. I am pleased to represent our Commission on this occasion and to talk about our work on this topic, which lasted over 2 years. In this sense, I'm going to present you later our guidelines and begin with telling you, above all, something about our process and reflections. Our goal was to check and update our Swiss guidelines in order to support an upcoming national prevention campaign. The guidelines had, of course, to be based on scientific evidence especially in relation to health risks, and we didn't want to neglect the social consequences. We were also concerned about communication issues, and we aimed at good acceptance by the population. That means our guidelines have to be evidence-based, the messages have to be consistent with our prior guidelines, and they have to make sense and be of interest for everyone, so that everyone should be able to choose for himself a low-risk consumption level. We considered that our guidelines have to be specific for our Swiss cultural context, focused on daily moderate consumption instead of binge drinking, which is high. They have to consider our real standard glasses. We have to differentiate gender, health state, age, pregnancy, use of medicines, driving, and so forth. We have also to consider daily consumption, weekly consumption, days without consumption. We came to the conclusion that we have to keep the single rule, 2, 3, 4 for men, 1, 2, 3 for women, and that we have to differentiate, to have different advices, taking the risk of some complexity and assuming a role of policymakers, because we became aware that our guidelines are necessarily going to be partly interpretations of the scientific evidence. Above all, the question where to set the risk level, which has been discussed also this morning. This awareness was based on some scientific works which our colleagues at Addiction Switzerland have done for us. This is the first one. The first step was to look at what other countries are doing. In particular, we have chosen to follow up the guidelines developed by Australia, based on absolute risks, and Canada, based on relative risks, as we also have seen in the morning. The second step was this work about the health risk of alcohol consumption, international and in Switzerland. The results highlighted that we have to consider quantity, drinking patterns, and frequency, and we had the data about that. As a result of this process, we decided to develop an online tool where everyone could check his individual risk depending on gender, age, health state, family history about diseases. All this in relation to his alcohol consumption, quantity, frequency, and so forth. Here you see a simplified version of the underlying matrix we began to develop. Indeed, it was 3-4 times what you see here. Unfortunately, we failed. The task was too hard and complex, scientifically and technically. We hope other countries with enough funds and a wide epidemiological knowledge will be able to accomplish this task. We had to lower our ambitions. We went back to simpler guidelines and included them in the prevention campaign, with aims to bring the people to question their own alcohol consumption. The slogan of the campaign is "How much is too much?" People are reached in various ways: classical campaign, giveaways, medias, and many local activities, with the goal that they think about their relationship with alcohol and visit the website of the campaign for more information. Here you see a page of the site where some information are provided. The pages contain also our guidelines. Contents of the guidelines and many others can also be found in an animated quiz. And these are the guidelines. I'm going to show you the extended version, but we created also a short simplified version. There are 7 guidelines. We began stating the need to respect the choice of an alcohol-free lifestyle. Right after follow the guidelines for healthy adults, young people, pregnant and nursing women, older people, people taking medication, and concerning driving at work and during exercise. In the next slides, you can read the single guidelines. You will notice that they keep a style which aims to encourage a personal reflection on the alcohol consumption. So this is the one for the respect for alcohol-free lifestyles, and in the second part also something about the protective effects or not. Then healthy adults, we have chosen here also to maintain the option 2, maximum 3, 1, maximum 2, that also in the direction to keep a discussion about it. We are in the higher level of the low-risk European with that. Then we have something also on the single occasion for risk drinking. We have age 16 as the legal limit in Switzerland. Not everywhere. In the Italian Switzerland it's 18, but that's a little bit complicated because we have always these differences in the regions and in the cantons. And here also it's more narrative. Pregnant and nursing women, the advice to abstain, and also more on the narrative side. I leave you a little time to read it. Older people with the explanations. People taking medication, with advice to talk to your doctor. And finally, driving at work and during exercise. So these are the guidelines. We are not sure that they are guidelines still, because we embedded them in a more widened narrative and in the prevention campaign. So we didn't go out with the guidelines as they are, but in more in this sense. What's next? With the main goal that individuals and society think more critically about alcohol consumption, we think that it's important to provide evidence-based information, but also messages that can be accepted as significant ones. Messages that are consistent with everyday experiences. In this regard, it could be relevant to check and adapt some of the terms and concepts we use in our campaigns and media communications. In Switzerland, we have also the peculiar difficulty that we have to find the solutions in 3 different languages, German, French, and Italian. The terms and definitions of binge drinking, chronic alcohol use, and risk drinking are the main examples of this next possible step. Whereas I think that a more precise definition of binge drinking concerning the considered period of time would be important for our researches and monitorings, as well as also for our communications and campaigns. As an example, we have Rauschtrinken, intossicazione alcolica, and ivresse ponctuelle, where we have different meanings, and we talk about them in the different languages, and I think that's important in first step about binge drinking, heavy episodic drinking, do have a clear definition and a clear communication. Thank you.
So thank you very much. Some question? Yes, please.
So the level or the cut point that you are talking about, the gram amounts, 2 to 3 drinks per day for men. So how do you consider how that translates over a week? Is it the same as, what does it mean, 14 to 21 drinks per week? Is it explicit whether this is the same or equivalent, or if you don't drink every day, is it a lower amount per week? Because we talked about this over the lunch, and it is, from the science, it's the science curves, they are just for an average over a year, translated into a week or translated into a day. And it's not so clear whether a daily limit is the same as the weekly limit, or, you know.
Yes.
So what's your thinking about it?
We talk only about day limit, and didn't introduce a week limit, but we say that it's important that it's not every day of the week. So that was our solution.
Yes.
It seems to me that it is a mixture of a low-risk advice and a high-risk advice, because, you know, the Danish high-risk advice for women was 2 a day and 3 for men, and the low-risk advice is 1 for women and 2 for men. And you have somehow combined the low-risk and the high-risk in one message. Or do you agree about that?
Yes, we considered our prior guidelines that were 2 and 3, and we knew that 1 and 2 is the sure side of the communication, but we didn't want to have the risk of a lower acceptance. So we went to this 1, 2, 2, 3. But in the consideration of low risk drinking. It's true that the attempt of the Risico check tool, where we would have to have low risk, middle risk, high risk, and all possible combinations, and eventually individual specific risk with an answer. You have that risk for this disease, for this and this and this, has complicated this, because we would like to go on this direction.
I have a question, but just to be sure that I understood, when you speak about chronic alcohol use, what do you mean about this? You include even high risk or just alcohol dependent?
No, it's the WHO definition of the daily consumption of 3 drinks as chronic alcohol use, and in sometimes it's used for research in the news on the media, and I think that brings us also in difficult in the communication when we talk about chronic alcoholism. It's perceived so with a 3 drinks a day consumption. Every day, yes, it's in every day, yes.
It went by quite fast. Did you have something on young people?
Yes.
And how did your thinking of young people relate to what was said by Rebecca?
It's not much developed. We stayed on a communication on the legal limit. That's surely a topic that we have to develop specifically. Now it's the legal limit with this problem that, well, it's a little problem. It's only one region, a little region that has another legal limit age, but it's still a problem. And we, you see, we state, and this narrative advises, and so it's a topic that has to be developed with all new.
Mariatta.
Thank you. But only in case there are no other comments, because I would like to highlight that Switzerland is participating in this joint action at their own cost. The joint action is not only limited to European Union countries. We have Switzerland, Norway, and Iceland who are participating as EU outsiders, and Switzerland in particular has been participating in work meetings, and we have had the Swiss experts on the Delphi studies participating all at their own costs, and also our guest speaker here today is at own cost, so thank you for that.
No more? There is time for more questions if you want. It's okay.
You can also ask questions to Rebecca if there were questions that...
Yes, okay. So we'll have just a coffee break and we'll be back in just a quarter of hour, no? Yes. A quarter after 2, yes.
If everyone from the corridor would please come in, we could get started. So we are proceeding with our country cases. Now it is the turn of the French case. The presentation is, the title is "What guidelines does the French health community use in practice?" And the presenter is Claude Rivière from the ANPA, which is the French National Association for the Prevention of Alcohol Addiction. And he also represents this association in the Eurocare board. So we are glad that also Eurocare is here represented. And I believe this was also the case with Peter Rice. Claude Rivière has a background in alcohol prevention and policy with special interest in the regulation of alcohol advertising. And so he will share the results of a survey carried out in France to explore what definitions and guidance on low-risk drinking are in practice being provided by the French health professionals. So please.
Okay, thank you. So this is a little survey, a poll, which I led in mid-August and September. A very short poll giving just an overview of the guidelines used by several of the main organizations in France who deal with alcohol in their relationship with their audience. So it doesn't claim to be exhaustive, of course, and I cannot go into details really. The idea is rather to illustrate the work done in the frame of RARA on guidelines. What was the target? The target, 37 organizations, head of networks, NGOs and GO, 2 GO organizations, globally the health work in France, and some 2 institutes. And 10 organizations responded. So for the first question was, when working with your audience, what do you use as a standard measure or guidelines? For 70% of the respondents, they use a standard measure, a standard drink, and for less than 70, about 66% of the respondents use guidelines. But what they mean by which standard content they use is for about 74, I think 74% of the respondents use the glass, 38%, less than 30% the unit, and 55 or 56, I don't remember exactly, 55% of respondents use a gram of pure alcohol. But knowing that those who use the glass use also mostly the gram of pure alcohol. When they speak about low-risk guidelines with their audience, which threshold they mention, per day less than 2 units, or 1 glass, or half a glass, or 3 glasses for men and 2 for women, or 2 glasses and or 20 grams of pure alcohol. And per week, 21 glasses for men and 14 glasses for women, and less than 14 units. And per occasion, in one occasion, they speak about less than 4 units, or 2 glasses, or 4 glasses in one occasion, or 2 glasses and or 20 grams of pure alcohol. at which occasion they recommend the low-risk guidelines? Mainly during meals and or in parties. And other respondents say whatever the occasion. In which context is it used? In risk situation, driving, at workplace, but some organizations say no alcohol at workplace, no on road. So there are two different positions, opposite positions. And for which public do they use it? They recommend it to adults, no alcohol for pregnant women, for use, but it depends on the definition. Usually the same for adults, except for children and teenagers for whom no level is defined. In this case, the notion of risk is privileged. And no alcohol before 16, nor for pregnant women. This is another response for this question. Recommendation, information of studies, they answered refers to, sorry, I disappear for some seconds. I'm back. Yes, they refer to mainly to WHO recommendations, to science, globally, the science, to the French Conference of Consensus, to the High Committee of Public Health, DG Health. Melanie Coles, I don't know her. She wrote probably in the British Medical Journal and made a study about alcohol rules and driving recommendation in France. And the recommendation from the SFI is the French Society of Alcoholology. So these are the sources. And there was a question subsidiaire. Do you have a consumption estimate raising hope of a protective effect on certain diseases? Please specify them with corresponding doses. So the answers were no dose, there is no dose, no precise thresholds. The cardiovascular protective effect studies are still insufficient. The protective effect of alcohol on coronary heart disease is highly variable depending on the study. It can vary from 1 glass to 5 or 6 or more. The message is 1 to 2 drinks per day. Another respondent said there is no consensus on the protective effect vis-à-vis dementia. And finally, 1 to 2 drinks per day, reducing cardiovascular diseases. The conclusion is that concerning standard drinks, the unit is not often used versus a glass and or the gram of pure alcohol. When it comes to guidelines, they differ depending on the organization. 2 drinks per day or in one occasion are mentioned several times. The concept of abstinence is marked by respondents when it comes to young people and pregnant women. This is clear. The risk is also well marked when driving and at work, except for one organization. And the French paradox finally remains controversial. What I would like to add is, probably I forgot one. There was another question I haven't shown here, is a question about the high-risk guidelines. Generally, the answers were above the low-risk guidelines, just above the low risk, of course. And some organizations mentioned 2 glasses or more than 14 per week, or 4 glasses in one occasion. So that's very different depending of the answer. And there was a question about what is a no-risk guideline, what could be a no-risk guideline. All the respondents skipped the question, so I have no answer about this. So coming to to these two events in France. I would like to add it in the context of our work here, that this question of consumer guidelines become crucial as a proof. I wish mention these two recent events in France. One is the adoption by the national parliament, and contrary to the advice of the Ministry of Health, who was clearly against, of an amendment weakening the so-called Loi Evin. For the authors, I mean the members of the parliament, the aim is to ensure a clear framework for the survival of the wine production and development of local, what we call local œnological tourism, or local œnological tourism projects. The change which happened with this amendment in France is in particular the distinction made between advertising and information, information, of course, which will increase, without any doubt, opportunities for alcohol producers, for wine producers and also spirits, to generate indirect advertising through promoting gastronomy programs, through presenting wine production methods, calling for visits of wine areas with wine tasting, and so on radio and TV programs, and newspapers, etc., etc. The second event is the first public campaign on wine, launched last year in December by Vin et Société, a producer organization which promotes consumer guidelines. The campaign was called Loving the Wine Means Knowing the Consumer Guidelines. And the slogan was Aimer le vin, je sais pas si on peut, I don't know if you can see it. Aimer le vin, c'est aussi avoir un grain de raison. Translated, loving wine is also having a grape of reason. And the benchmark proposed in this campaign were the numbers 2, 3, 4, 0. 2 for maximum 2 drinks per day for women. 3 for maximum 3 drinks per day for men. 4 for maximum 4 drinks on one occasion, and 0 glass 1 day a week. Abstainer during 1 day in a week. The idea, according to the industry, is, I quote, to make known to the public consumption benchmarks set by public authorities, and that 9 out of 10 French are unaware. They are supposed to give a very clear framework for the concept of moderation and the definition of excessive consumption. But this campaign doesn't mention that there is no threshold without risk, nor mention 0 alcohol for pregnant women or young people or vulnerable people. The problem here is with this campaign is that they have taken benchmarks that what we call the high authority of health had promoted earlier, many years ago. And the industry argues that these guidelines are mentioned in the National Health and Nutrition Plan 2011-2015. What is correct? And really, mentioned in this national plan is 3 glasses for men and 2 for women. That's right. But there is no mention of 4 glasses in one occasion, or 0 glasses 1 day, etc., per week. For the high authority of health, they must be considered as alert thresholds and not as benchmarks for acceptable consumption. Obviously, association and doctors responded by stressing the encouragement of the consumption in relation to the allocated advertising budget. The amount was around 60,000 euros. Knowing that more advertising means more alcohol consumed. Various studies have already shown that a mere 1% increase in advertising spending boosts the amount of alcohol consumed by 0.25%. Unfortunately, I haven't checked this. So, but what I can suggest and I ask for help is I see that there is a representative of the industry here. If the industry or if you could confirm this data, that's my question. So anyway, that's why I consider that for these reasons that the work on guidelines really is timely. Thank you.
Please.
Thank you very much, Claude. That was an important contribution, and France, certainly within the UK, France is often looked to as a country where of a good example of an alcohol culture, and it's important for us to remind ourselves that that's not always such a positive story. Part of the consideration in the UK on the understanding of units found that wine seemed to be the most difficult drink for people to keep track of, really for two reasons. Firstly, the variation in the strength of wine, and I think actually it was Mark's work that showed that Australia is the biggest wine producing country for the United Kingdom. It's Australian wines that tend to be stronger at 13–14%. So our wines vary quite a lot in strength, and that's one reason. The second reason is the size of the glasses.
Of the glasses.
It's not unusual for glasses to be 250 mLs, so a third of a bottle in a single glass in the UK. So these were the reasons why wine was more difficult for people to keep track of their units. And I was just interested that didn't seem to be seen as a problem in France. Is that because your wine glass sizes have stayed the same? Has there been any change in glasses becoming bigger, or is there a French standard that's somehow been kept to, both for home drinking and for drinking in cafes and bars?
What is the reality is, of course, you don't use the same standard drink at home and in the bars. Yeah. And classically, what is the standard drink in France is the small glass. Yeah. A small glass. We call it the ballon. Yeah. And this is really very known. People, it's a good benchmark.
So that would be about 125 mLs. Is that right? 12.5 cLs, 12.5 cl by volume. The ballon.
Sorry.
1 deciliter.
No. The ballon. No, it's 10. Yeah, it's 10 grams. Right. Of pure alcohol. Yeah.
So that obviously has made it easier to compare strengths and for French people to understand strengths, whereas it's been a difficulty, I think, in other countries, just the change in the size of glasses.
Okay. Next one. We have time because you respect the time. Yes. Yes, Marianne.
Yeah, it's Marianne Ska from the European Alcohol Policy Alliance. It's not really a question to Claude. It's more just a comment when we're discussing wine. I thought I should, if you're not aware of it, there's a reason why wine is also particularly problematic. Wine today in the European Commission, while we are struggling to get funding for this and that and whatever, the DG Agri gives, the Agricultural Ministry gives 200 million euros per year to promote wine in Europe and abroad. And this is even though the Commission, the Court of Auditors did an audit a couple of years ago, and it was said that at that time it was 100 million euros per year. And then the Court of Auditors said that they couldn't really see there was any added value for this use of this money. But even though with that report, they increased it to 200 million a year.
Other question? Yes.
So Claude, did I understand right that there are no official guidelines set in France, and is there any process?
Oh, sorry, I know.
Yeah. So did I understand right that there are no official guidelines in France, and do you foresee any process whereby
I don't remember
such
what
guidelines would be developed?
Was the DG answered at the beginning of the RARA project if they say that the benchmarks are 2 and 3 glasses? I don't remember exactly, but it is maybe probably in the papers. I haven't checked this officially, I mean.
But at least they would not be so widely publicized that people would know them, and the doctors would know them and refer to these same sets of guidelines.
There is a problem of communication. Yeah. Yeah.
As far as I know, are just a recommendation, not official, but yes.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, you are right. Yeah, you have checked.
We have similar problem.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm Mathieu Capouet from the Belgian Ministry of Health. I had just a comment also on the fact that it seems in France that wine producers are promoting some guidelines. It's a bit the same in Belgium, so we do not have official guidelines at all. So official authorities are not communicating at all on guidelines, except for the fact that pregnant women should not drink at all. That is kind of the only official guideline we have. But the only people communicating on guidelines in Belgium are industry. So from time to time they are organizing campaigns. There was recently one in one of the biggest train stations in Brussels. So they were it was Bacardi who was doing that, communicating on 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So 0 for pregnant women, 1 for the day you should not drink during the week, and then 2, 3, 4 the same that in France. And so, well, for me that clearly also pose a question: why do the industry is communicating on these guidelines? And it's for me also, well, we should also reflect on that, linked to how we want to communicate, and well, it's just a global reflection on that.
I'm sorry, but I want to correct on that.
Take the mic.
Yeah, I will take the mic.
I feel obliged to correct this because I'm in Belgium and we are communicating as the partner of the Flemish government straight and correct guidelines. So we are giving a lot of messages in the Flemish part of Belgium and with Flemish GPs. And I was sorry to see also in the Delphi study that we were a blank part in the map, although even my Brussels colleagues are giving the same messages. And the alcohol and drug prevention and treatment centers have a consensus on guidelines how to drink. So I should correct this. We are doing campaigns. We have leaflets. We have all that kind of stuff.
More question?
Do you mean that this is an official position?
Well, it's the position of the alcohol and treatment
sector. It's a sector.
Treatment,
yeah.
The consensus.
It's consensus. Yeah. Okay.
Nothing more? Okay. Okay.
Then let's move forward in the program. The next speaker is Marietta Montonen, introducing the Finnish guideline situation. She wanted me to say that she's here speaking instead of Professor Hannu Alho, who has been a central person in developing the guidelines, but I can tell you that also Marietta has had her fingers involved, and also Marietta has been very central in how the guidelines are being presented. So you are the right person to talk about it here, too. Please.
Okay. But I won't be able to reply to any medical questions, being just media studies and communication researcher. So, we are still in France. What's this?
You could just go forward.
Here. Okay. So let's move to the current care guidelines. I will explain in a minute what the current care guidelines are about. But the main point is that in the most recent Finnish guidelines to reduce harm from drinking alcoholic beverages, we have 3 levels of risk indicated for the people, and different message for men and women. There is a level which is termed no likely risk, which is in practice it's the same as low risk. And that level is risk where probably there will be no harm for a healthy working age person if they stay at that level of average consumption. Then there is a level of moderate risk where changes in the liver are already possible, which means that there may be objectively detectable changes in the person's body. And then there is a high risk level where significant increase in morbidity and risk of death takes place already. So the high risk level is a kind of an alert level for the health professionals to advise people if they have not done that earlier. And the current care guidelines in which these 3 levels are presented are independent evidence-based clinical practice guidelines on health, medical treatment and prevention of diseases. They are a common national basis for treatment decisions taken by physicians and other healthcare professionals. And there's always a shorter version for patients because the current care guidelines are quite long, and there's normally a long list of literature at the end, and sometimes there are evidence reviews for key points, separate attachments to the guidelines. There are currently 103 guidelines, and both the doctor's version and the patient version are available online. They are developed by the Finnish Medical Society Duodecim in partnership with the medical specialist societies. For example, the Society for Addiction Medicine was involved in the current care guidelines on the treatment of alcohol use disorders. So the Duodecim has practically all Finnish doctors as members, whereas the group of physicians dealing with alcohol and drug problems is much smaller in a small country, around 200 people. And here is the guidelines process, how they do that. There is first a systematic literature search by an information specialist. Then they set up working group of volunteer experts who work in cooperation with current care editors who are kind of professionals on how to put together fact sheets and present it. The number of volunteers participating in this exercise is 1,400 because we have these 100 plus guidelines, which need to be revised every now and then to take into account new evidence. The guidelines are compiled and then they are circulated to interest groups for consideration and edited as appropriate before they are being published. And the guidelines on the treatment of alcohol use disorders were first issued, I'm not sure if I found when, 2005, so they're quite recent. And they have been updated already 3 times. The latest update was last year. And that's when the 3 levels were added. There was only one risk level before. There was only the high risk level before. But the low risk and the medium level were added. The low risk level, which is termed no probable risk level by the doctors, comes from the Finnish nutrition recommendations. That were updated in 2014. In the Finnish nutrition recommendations, alcohol is included among the foodstuffs, the use of which should be reduced if you want to have a healthy diet. So red meat, meat products, drinks and foods containing added sugar, salt and alcoholic beverages. All those to be reduced if you want to stay healthy. And the low risk intake level comes from there. You can see it's 10 grams per day on average for women and 20 for men. And then it says that the energy intake from alcohol should not account for more than 5% of the daily intake. And children, adolescents, and pregnant women and lactating women are recommended to abstain. And heavy drinking is to be avoided, defined as 5 to 6 drinks on a single occasion, and daily drinking to be avoided. So where does this come from? This comes from the Nordic nutrition recommendations, which is an example of a combination of Nordic joint work and of country-based fine-tuning. The Nordic recommendations for an optimal diet are developed under the aegis of the Nordic Council of Ministers, which is the official intergovernmental body for cooperation in the Nordic region. The national recommendations that are given by the authorities in Denmark, Finland, Iceland, Norway, and Sweden are all based on the joint Nordic recommendations, but they are fine-tuned to the national situation. So, for instance, as regards alcohol, the recommendation in Finland was fine-tuned so that in the Nordic recommendation, there is no mention of heavy drinking or daily drinking, but in Finland those were considered necessary additions. And in the Nordic recommendation, lactating women are recommended to limit alcohol intake, whereas the recommendation in Finland is better abstain. So, just fine-tuning. But here comes the communication part. So, as I said, in response to a question from Dr. Zvian over there about Finland not having done a very good job in disseminating information about the low-risk drinking guidelines, the Institute of National Institute for Health and Welfare decided to do better and put together all the advice to reduce risk from drinking alcohol in one place. Because the Institute is a very big organization with different departments, and sometimes people in different departments are different units are looking at their own topic from their own angle. They are providing recommendations. For instance, the pregnancy-oriented people give recommendation on alcohol during pregnancy, and the accident prevention people give a recommendation to reduce risk of accidents. And these are kind of spread around. So what we did was that we followed the example of Switzerland. And we put them all in one fact sheet. So to say, it looks like this. I have a few samples if you're interested in the Finnish language. So this is a standard format for information and action from the National Institute. So we combined in here the low risk, the moderate risk, the high risk information, as well as specific messages that had all been presented someplace. They all existed, but we put them in same place. So there's a message about drinking to drunkenness to be avoided, young people, older people, pregnancy, lactation, weight management, use of medications, risk of interaction, mental health disorders, road traffic, and work. So the format is called Information and Action, and because of that, colleagues with my institute thought it important that the definitions of risk levels were also accompanied by advice for action. So for each risk topic, there's also a one-liner saying what's best to do. And we did change the term no likely risk. I realized when I was listening to Jan's presentation, when he mentioned that in Switzerland they have to do everything in 3 languages. Don't you have 4 languages?
Yes, but the fourth is less than 1%.
Okay. Okay. But the thing is that words do not always have equivalents in other languages. So for instance, in Finland, it's very difficult to find a translation for low risk. The best translation that we have is kind of minor risk. It's not really low risk. It sounds clumsy if we try to say low risk in Finland. So that might be maybe one reason why the doctors decided to say no likely risk. But for a layman, no likely risk is the same as probably safe. We don't want to say probably safe, so we say low risk, although it sounds minor risk, because we can't say low risk. So that's it. Thank you. Well, we can say low risk, but it doesn't sound good.
No question for Marietta. Nothing more? It's okay.
Well, this was an example of contamination within the joint action, us following the Swiss model, multi-component message,
Yeah.
multi-component message guidelines.
Yes.
So,
Marietta, I should know the answer to this, but were the limits the same as for the Danish low and high risk?
The Danish limit for kick Denmark, 7 drinks per week. Is that men or women?
That's women.
That's women. 14 for men. So it's the same.
The same,
roughly the same
limits as for
yeah.
Denmark. I think the mic is not on.
Okay. Yeah. And the standard drink in Denmark and Finland is 12 grams in both. So we're quite close.
Thank you, Marietta. We are ahead of time.
Doesn't matter. You can start.
Okay, yeah. So let's proceed. Sorry. Yeah? Take the mic, please.
You are saying about low risk, probably no health harm if this level is not exceeded. And in Denmark, we say that any alcohol use carries a risk. You know, it gives you quite another feeling to say, well, this is probably safe. Or if you state that as long as alcohol is a carcinogen, any alcohol use carries a risk. I think it's a very different way to say it.
Yeah. We presented the 3 risk levels as they were in the current care guidelines, because the doctors are the authority on this. But here, we added information. You see, we have squeezed in a lot of information in this fact sheet. So there is a message about positive health effects as well. And there is a message which says that even a small amount of alcohol consumption increases the risk of cancer in the thing, from the larynx to bowel, and the liver, and here comes again the bowel, and many bowels, lots of those, and breast cancer. So there is a list of cancers, and it says that even a small amount of alcohol consumption increases risk. And as regards the positive effects, it says that a small amount of alcohol consumption may reduce the risk of diabetes and coronary heart disease in people who are past the middle age, and healthy diet and exercise are the primary ways to reduce diseases.
Yeah. But and that's obviously correct, but it's just if you have a one-liner, it's very important if you have this one-liner or you have the Danish one-liner, I think. So, yeah, words can do a lot of things in people's minds.
Well, maybe in the next revision.
Yeah.
I think there's one important issue from a pragmatic point touched here. I mean, that there's this notion to put everything as low as possible, and in a society where everybody drinks and many people drink much, you always have to consider that it's not important to convince a group of missionary teetotalers, but the main society, and especially those that drink too much. And so we have always to be very careful. I mean, if you say there's no risk with anything, I mean, nothing is safe. It could be that the water in Helsinki is not safe. You cannot prove it. Until you prove it, you shouldn't drink it, would be a stupid message. We have to be realistic, and there's a pragmatic and not only an ideological point in it. Pragmatic is that we don't want to divide the society into teetotalers and drinkers, but that we want to convince a majority, and then we have to be realistic. And I have the feeling sometimes it moves in a very unrealistic direction.
Thank you. Okay. Yes.
Okay, thanks. I'm not sure it's quite correct to talk about societies where everybody drinks, because I admit that Finns are great drinkers, but still I think that we have some 10% abstainers in the population. So it's a relative thing, and I quite agree that the messages that are being sent to the population need to make sense, and quite often the warnings about alcohol-related health risks and the guidelines to reduce risks are ridiculed, and in particular by the media. For instance, in the United States, when the government agency, whose name I have forgotten, a couple of weeks ago issued some guidance on alcohol and pregnancy, and they pointed out that a lot of the pregnancies are unplanned, and they said that women who are pregnant or who might be pregnant should avoid drinking. That was turned around in the media, saying that the agency is requiring that women in the fertile age do not drink alcohol at all. So, I mean, that's the other way how the message can go badly wrong. It was not the message sent by the agency, and I think it was quite sensible to inform young people who might be pregnant about this risk, but that's how it turned out.
Thank you very much.
Personally, I favor the Danish and the Finnish approach of having two different levels of risk, exactly for the reason that you point out, that there are two different purposes, and if you develop a guideline thinking of the high-risk consumers, which was the case in Finland, that we only had that guideline, and it was 24 drinks for men, and people interpreted it that it's safe for them to drink more than 20 drinks a week, and they wonder, like, I think it's quite high, but they say they interpreted it that it's safe, and that's ridiculous. Also, so I think to me it seems like a relatively good solution to have two different limits to solve this problem. But I remember when we started this whole project, there were some informal discussions, and there were also people who said that, oh no, that would be just a complete mess. But then perhaps, I don't know if there are people in this room who think that way. It would be nice to hear the cons, the bad sides in that they see having these two different limits.
Yes, if I can, I think that we have even to, let's say, to compromise between us. I remember our last course on brief intervention and early identification that we made for the Umbria region, and you know that in Italy Umbria is a region where I mean, there is a good production of wine. So we made this course for all general practitioners of the region. So they organized 2 days of course where all general practitioners, we meet them in 3 different places. And then we found out that according to our guideline, not more than 1 for human, the new one guideline, and not more than 2, most of attendees, general practitioners, were risky drinkers. So, and without any awareness about that. So this is, I think, one of the reasons why we are working with this, and we are even seeing that even if there is an ongoing project, we are still dealing at national level with different regulation and different, and now so not very often the new guideline will, let's say, will meet what we are going to do now. But most probably, as Mariatta say, we hope that will be better in the next future.
Yeah, Claude Rivière. I don't know how to say this. Is there a risk for the woman who is, or for the conception, if the woman is drinking before the conception? And the second question is there, can the man or the husband, the man, have a role in this if he is drinking on the conception? I mean, I don't know.
Yes, Mariatta, yes.
Somebody has to answer if there are no medical specialists here. But yeah, I think that the message in Finland is that heavy drinking reduces the ability to procreate both for men and for women. And then later on, when the baby is born, in Finland we have this system of, what's it called, mother and baby clinics or something like that. Well, anyway, the idea is that both parents visit those clinics, and they have this system that they present the audit test, the 10 questions that I have distributed here in this room. It's the WHO developed audit test. They present the audit test to both parents before the baby is born to check their alcohol consumption patterns and possible harm and provide advice as appropriate. And they do that after the baby is born and then again in 2-year checkup. And it's done for both the mother and the father if they're present.
As far as I remember, most of the studies are concentrated to the pregnant woman, but there are some studies even for the partner. And as recently we are focusing, there are a focus on, but I don't remember the authors that they are focusing on the involvement of relative helping the pregnant woman to stop drinking during pregnancy. They saw that if you are going to involve the partner, let's say it will be more easy for the woman to stop to drink. But I don't know exactly. I mean, I did not focus perfectly on pregnant women.
Any further questions or comments? If not, we are moving to our next presentation and next presenter. She's Marion Devaux from the OECD, that is the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. She will be talking with the title Assessing Alcohol Policy in an International Context. Marion Devaux is a health policy analyst in the OECD Health Division with a background in statistics and health economics. And over the past 8 years, she has worked on the economics of prevention of chronic diseases and their lifestyle risk factors, including alcohol consumption. Thanks, Marianne, for coming. Please.
Well, thank you, Pia, for the introduction, and thank you as well for the invitation to talk about the OECD work today. So I work for the public health program within the health division in the OECD. Our main objectives are to raise attention on why is it important to tackle chronic diseases and related risk factors such as obesity and alcohol consumption. And we try to identify some possible solutions for these problems and to assess policy interventions in terms of health outcomes and economic outcomes that will help policymakers to make their decision. So we recently released a report on alcohol entitled Tackling Harmful Alcohol Use. It was in May last year. At the same time, we released some working papers on the working paper 79 on the trends and social disparities in alcohol consumption in different OECD countries, and the working paper number 80 on the microsimulation model and the policy assessment for alcohol. We also published a paper which focused on the underreporting in alcohol estimates. The overall objectives of this work are threefold. So first, we try to understand the epidemiology of alcohol, what are the different patterns of drinking in different population groups, and we raise attention of the problems. Secondly, we identify policy that have worked in some countries. And third, we design a modeling platform to assess alcohol prevention policies with the aim to assess, in particular, health outcomes and economic outcomes. And we did so in 3 countries, in Czech Republic, Germany, and Canada. And this work was partly funded by the European Commission. So the first result of our analysis is that overall we observe that alcohol consumption has slightly declined in Europe. This is on average based on sales estimates of alcohol. And this trend is common in most countries, with some exception. So you can see exception here in Finland, in yellow, and in Ireland as well. But most importantly, if we look at specific population group, this picture appears to be different and much alarming. So it's what you see here for young people, for instance. we observe that the proportion of young people who experience alcohol or the first drunkenness before age 15 has increased over time, according to the HBSE data. We also look at heavy episodic drinking. So here we used a definition of 6 drinks or more per occasion to define heavy episodic drinking. And we see on this graph that the proportion of binge drinkers among women aged between 18 to 24 increased in most countries over time, with the exception of 2 countries, England and Ireland, where the rates were originally very high, more than 30% originally, and about 25% recently in England and 30% in Ireland. Another key finding of our report is about social disparities. So we found that highly educated women are more likely to engage in hazardous drinking, and you can see this on the right-hand side. So we estimate here hazardous drinking. To define hazardous drinking, we took a statistical definition, which is 2 drinks per day for women and 3 drinks per day for men, even though we know that there is no safe limit for drinking. So we see here that the proportion of women who engage in hazardous drinking is higher among those with high education. The pattern among men is more mixed. So we see that in England, Finland, and Germany, we have the same pattern as the one observed in women. That is, men with higher education engage more in hazardous drinking, but in other countries, we have a reverse pattern. It's low-educated men who engage more in hazardous drinking. Another important result of our analysis is about the concentration of alcohol consumption. We see that 20% of the heaviest drinkers consume the largest share of alcohol, and the range is from 50% in France to 90% in Hungary, and the figure for Finland is 66% of alcohol drunk by 20% of the heaviest drinkers. So all these estimates are based on survey data, and we know that there is big differences between survey estimates and sales estimates due to self-reporting and under-reporting in surveys. And this is what this graph shows. So here we compare the weekly alcohol consumption in grams of pure alcohol in different countries. And we have sales data. It's data recorded and unrecorded alcohol consumption produced by WHO. And we compare this estimate with survey-based alcohol consumption that we derived from national surveys. And we see that there is big differences between these two sources, and the coverage rate of the survey-based consumption varies from 16% in Hungary to almost 50% of the true consumption in Finland. So this is an important point, an important weakness of this data. Luckily, there is some methodology to correct this self-reported data. It's a method developed by Jürgen Rehm in 2009, And the idea is to shift the distribution of alcohol consumption to reach the aggregate data average. This method assumes that we have the same degree of bias among all population groups, although we know there are differences between different socioeconomic status, but also between different categories of drinkers. Some higher drinkers may have a higher underreporting bias. So we tried to use this correcting method, and we observed that after correction, the proportion of hazardous drinker is much higher than what we observe in survey data, which is expected results. So for instance, in England, from survey data, we have 21% of male who engage in hazardous drinking in 2000. This data is from 2002. And after the correction, this ratio increased to 37%. I should mention that in our modeling exercise, we decided not to use this correction method because we are interested in how policy intervention can change alcohol consumption and health outcomes, like the occurrence of disease or the occurrence of alcohol-related injuries. And the links between alcohol consumption and the disease or the injuries are based on the relative risks that are published in the literature, which are based on self-reported data. So to avoid to misestimate or to overestimate the impact of policy, we decided not to use this correction method. So in terms of the policy assessment, the aim of our exercise is really to help policymakers to decide about policy, alcohol policy. So we aim to answer different questions. First, whether the policy will improve the population health. Can it reduce health expenditure? Can it reduce health inequalities? Is the policy cost effective? And when will the desired effects show up? So to assess the different policies, we developed a micro-simulation model, which is called the Chronic Disease Prevention Model, CDP model. The advantage of this micro-simulation model is mainly because it combines several sources of data. And in particular, the model is able to integrate different types of data, like data on alcohol volume, data on patterns of drinking, alcohol-related harms, but also differences by socioeconomic status, differences in location, rural versus urban location, really different type of information. And we tried, in our work, we tried to be as transparent as possible. We published all the assumptions of the model, either in the working paper or in the main publication. The main idea of the micro-simulation model is to simulate the life course of thousands and thousands of individuals to be representative of one country. So we model the entry in the model through birth or migration into the country. Then we model their age, their gender, and the drinking status. So that it means that we model their initiation of drinking, then which quantity of alcohol they consume, and in what pattern of drinking. We model then the incidence of diseases and alcohol-related injuries, and then exit of the model through death or migration outside the country. In this work, we included 10 alcohol-related conditions. So they are listed here. You have alcohol use disorders, injuries. ischemic heart disease, stroke, epilepsy, cirrhosis of the liver, and 4 types of cancer. And we have as a contributing factors either the pattern of drinking, the average volume of alcohol consumed, but also we have age, gender, and socioeconomic status, which are contributing factors to these 10 diseases. So now let's turn to the policy we assessed. So the starting point of the choice of this policy is the WHO Global Strategy to reduce the harmful use of alcohol. And we include 9 interventions in this exercise, and they are grouped in two sets of analyses. The principal set of analysis is the 6th intervention in bold here. These are the interventions for which we have a large amount of the effectiveness of the policy. And then we have 3 interventions here in gray. It's a secondary set of analysis for which we have less evidence of their effectiveness. So on the first row, you see that it's intervention that affects all type of consumption. It's the tax increase, which lead to a 10% price increase of alcohol. We have regulation of advertising, which is modeled through a reduction of 25% of the expenditure for advertising. Then on the second row, you have policies that target heavy drinker and dependent drinker. So it's minimum pricing, which is modeled as an increase of 10% of the minimum pricing. We have school-based interventions that target children age 13. Brief intervention is modeled through a small set of questions posed by the GP when a patient comes to visit GP, and it's helped to diagnose heavy use of alcohol or dependent syndrome. Then we have drug and psychosocial therapy, which target especially alcohol-dependent people, and workplace programs. And on the last row, you have interventions that target especially alcohol-related injuries. So it's a policy of drink driving enforcement and the limitation of opening hours with a reduction of 2 hours per day of the opening time. And so as I said in the beginning, so we did this exercise for 3 countries, Czech Republic, Germany, and Canada. I will present here the results for Germany. So in terms of the impact of this policy on alcohol consumption, we see that most of the policy permits to reduce dependency, harmful use of alcohol, as well as binge drinking. And the most important results are for brief intervention, tax increase, advertising regulation, and minimum pricing. In terms of health outcomes, we see that the prevention strategy, the 9 prevention strategies we observe here can save lives, and they can save lives in good health. And this is true, but with different degrees according to each policy. In terms of the economic evaluation, so here we have for each policy, here the saving in health expenditure on average. So it's a yearly average for the 40 years of simulation. So here we have the expected savings in health expenditure, and here the cost of the implement of intervention. So we see that brief intervention is more costly to implement, followed by the treatment of dependence. But what is interesting to see is that 5 out of 9 interventions are cost-saving on average here. And for those which are not cost-saving on average, we carried out a cost-effectiveness analysis, and we found that all the interventions reach a cost-effectiveness ratio soon after their implementation. So 5 years after the implementation of brief intervention, drink driving restriction, and worksite intervention, they reach a cost-effectiveness ratio, and it is 20 years after the implementation of treatment of dependence that we reach a cost-effectiveness threshold. So to sum up the main findings of the report, so we show that alcohol consumption is decreasing overall, but it's not the case if we look at specific social group, geographical group, but also we observe that there is a rise in binge drinking in young and in ladies especially. In terms of policy, we found that brief interventions and price and regulation policies provide large health gains at the population level. Alcohol policy can produce significant reductions in healthcare expenditure, and many of them are cost-saving, and all policy become cost-effective soon after their implementation. I brought with me some 8-pager policy brief of the report, so if you are interested, I can pass this to you. So the OECD work on alcohol is not over. We continue working on that. We have a new project in collaboration with RAND and WHO. It's a 5-year project funded by the National Institutes of Health of the United States. This project is called the International Alcohol Policy Model, and the aim is to assess alcohol policy. And we focus on 3 types of policy: pricing, drink driving enforcement, and healthcare policy. And in the original proposal, we had 7 countries: USA, Canada, Mexico, Chile, UK, Finland, and Russia. And France recently joined the project. So we cover 8 countries in total in this project. And the aim is about modeling alcohol consumption, evaluation of different types of policy, and diffusion of the results. And I should mention as well that we have also another new project at the OECD on alcohol, which is funded by the European Commission, on the economic costs of alcohol. So this is all for me. I put here my contacts, so I'll be happy to answer your questions if you have some. Thank you.
So, question? Yes, please.
Could I ask a little bit about the methodology of assessing cost effectiveness and the cost benefits? In some of the work that was done during our process in Scotland, some of the modelling produced essentially by people opposing price interventions, it included, they said that a correct economic modelling included the pleasure that the consumer got from the purchase. So if someone buys a bottle of vodka for 15 euros, then they get 15 euros of pleasure from that bottle of vodka. And if they reduce that to drinking a half bottle of vodka, then you need to take into account that they have lost €7.5 worth of pleasure from there. So that need to be balanced against the saving on health costs. Is that what do you think of that method of analysis, and more generally, how should the, if you like, the positive benefits that people may rightly or wrongly believe they get from alcohol be factored into these calculations?
Okay, so about, I'm not the expert of this part of the work on the cost effectiveness analysis. I think we should review all the possibilities that are published and that are used by researchers. And we can try to do some sensitivity analysis using different methodologies, as you suggest. I will tell my colleagues about that, but I'm sorry I cannot answer more about this question, as it's not my field.
Okay, I mean, just say a little bit more about it. I suppose as a psychiatrist involved in treating patients, it seemed to me a lot of people were, in fact, not getting €15 worth of pleasure from the vodka. It was, in fact, making them very miserable and making their families very unhappy too. So it didn't seem to me, certainly for the heaviest drinkers, to be a correct way to think about it. But it was an issue that came up in rival methods of the economic modelling.
Yes.
In Denmark, we have a lot of scientists and doctors saying that brief intervention isn't working at all, that you can prove that it works on an efficacy level, but not on an effectiveness level. So when I see your results, I'm a little surprised.
So what I know about the brief intervention is that it is difficult to implement. Well, when it is really well implemented, it has some effective results. But there is a gap between saying we implement a brief intervention and doctors actually do their mini questionnaire, and so it's like there is a mismatch or something missing in the link when GP has to take time to ask these few questions about alcohol consumption and try to diagnose alcohol-related issues. So it's maybe, I don't know, more about the actual implementation.
Marianne.
Yeah, I had a question. If you go back to your slide on school-based programs, because I didn't really get that. Did you say that the school-based programs, no, the one before, was linked to, or before, yeah. Well, the point was it was linked to heavy drinking and dependence. And then it doesn't work, heavy use dependent, and then you have school-based programs and a question if it works. I would just say, of course they don't work, because kids under 18 who are dependent or are heavy users, they will not be at school.
Yeah.
So
no, here it's just, I mean, I could have put school-based program on the first row. It's just a mean of presenting. Yeah, you're right. Maybe I should put it on the first row because it affects all consumption. Yes. Of type of consumption.
And you will get a negative, no school-based program will ever work on dependent kids. Because first of all, there's not so many of them, and second of all, they're under 18, they're not at school. They will be the ones who drop out of school.
Yeah, yeah. But what we observe from our analysis is that when we implement school-based program, that there is a reduction in hazardous drinking, a reduction in binge drinking, and also an important reduction in among dependent drinkers. So it has an effect for the three patterns.
Yeah. But that will, that's fine. I just wanted also, because you said you were doing an analysis now on the economic impact. That's very interesting. And I just wonder, when will it be finished? When can we expect it? Because that's good news.
I think the timeline is 18 months, so next year.
Okay. Okay, please.
So it's more a comment and a little bit a question. We in Switzerland are also very pragmatic and realistic. And we went through the last 3-4 years an attempt of a new alcohol law. We had all the good arguments, like you presented. The cost effectiveness, there are measures cost nothing, and there are a lot of benefits. Those measures were all out of the law in the first months. For years, the discussion was on how to reduce the taxes. And fortunately, the law failed completely because they couldn't agree on how to reduce the taxes on the alcohol consumption. So the question is that like that only in Switzerland? The second question is, are the arguments about health and costs about health, or there are also social costs, security costs, and so on in other countries, have they a possibility to come through with politicians?
Yeah, I'll just like to continue Marion's answer to Marianne, that these are the kind of effects that can be expected in a period of 40 years. So the modeling was looking at what would happen in a period of 40 years. So that's why the school-based education may reflect in reduced dependence later in life.
To just say something, continue your comment on what the politicians think. And currently there is very heated discussion about alcohol policy in Finland because we are amending making a new alcohol act. And various politicians are of very different attitudes towards these types of policies, but I would just like to say that I think the OECD report is very important, and I think it is potentially influential to the politicians, because the ones who don't like the more effective policies sometimes think that, oh, it's just the public health people. And to them, it may matter that the economic organization also thinks that they are cost-effective policies, so it has been an important publication.
I remember that under the frame of the ODIN project, some of you participate of that project, analyze a cost effectiveness, and the colleague Colin from the Sheffield University analyzed data from Italy, and usually models are very useful. So we obtain data on the differences between use brief intervention for the first registration or during the follow-up. So what about the cost effectiveness of that? I remember that we work more than 1 year to know what about the variable to put inside the model, and it's something that I'm not going to enter into detail because models really are very complicated, and we have this expert from Sheffield that, as far as I know, they work most of the time only with that. But what I can tell you that after this paper was published and our policymaker take care of that, I mean, that the results was that you have not differences, but the differences between the cost, is regarding the cost. Because if you are going to do a brief intervention for all the one that come for the follow-up or for the registration, the cost is different. For the first registration, you have to go to the doctor, so you can do that without an extra cost or a minimal cost. So at the end, what I can say after applying this model for the Italian population, the attention of policymakers was, let's say, quite good, I mean, comparing with the situation that we know very well that to attract a policymaker in all the country is not an easy task.
I have not a question for you, actually. I only thought I should, because I was exposed to some nice advertising before and named as an industry representative, so I thought I should quickly come back and present myself for those who don't know me. And I forgot actually to present myself when I asked my first question. I'm sorry for that. So I'm a research associate at Bielefeld University, but at the same time, and also, or most of my time, I'm insulting the European Trade Association for Spirits Producers. I meant, of course, consulting, not insulting. I was asked to confirm something before, and I didn't say anything because I wasn't sure what I should confirm. I assume it's related to the wine campaign or something. Here I just want to say I heard first time today about this campaign. I'm not involved in that kind of activities. As said, I'm only an insultant. I give some scientific advice, so I'm not involved in any kind of lobbying or these kind of activities. I produce materials that are of course used by them, but that is all. So I cannot really say a lot about. If you have another precise question, I may answer it maybe. But I do have a question also at the end to this presentation. I think you said you targeted 37 people, and you got 10 respondents, if I got it right. Do you think that survey was representative?
Thank you. What do you think? Was it?
I would say no.
You would say no. Okay, I say yes.
Yes, please.
I can tell you how it was in Poland in 2003 when advertisement was allowed only for beer, but the consumption of beer increased in 2 years 2 times. So it means advertisement and these data are really on the evidence-based. If you will give me your address, I will give you exact data about it.
Something more? Unfortunately, I did not read the data from Italy. I don't know why. I mean, we know that there are, but I don't know why you select just some countries.
Well, Italy is included in some analysis of we did, in particular, but not on the policy assessment. In the policy assessment, we only had 3 countries, as I mentioned, and in the new project, we don't have Italy included. But if Italy wants to join, it's still possible.
No, it was just for me to know, because I mean, in Italy, you know that we have a law from 2001, so most probably Europe we have the country with the oldest alcohol policy, let's say, history. So just to know why we were not in the list, but okay.
Hello, my name is Irena. I'm from the Norwegian Directorate of Health. You might have said something about it, but I just wonder, how do you measure the effect on prevalence? How do you isolate the different causes from each other? For example, how do you measure that about 1% of school-based program causes a decrease in, or school-based programs causes about 1% decrease in prevalence of dependent drinkers compared to tax increases, which causes about 3% of decrease in prevalence? Do you have any, the methods by?
Okay, the method, it would be too long to explain right now, but as I said, it's based on a micro-simulation model. So the idea is to assess the impact at the population level, but using all the information of individual level. So here you can see these results as implementing such or such intervention will lead to a decrease in the prevalence of hazardous drinker, heavy drinker, or binge drinker on average over 40 years of simulation. So it's on average, it's the average of 40 years of simulation, and it is the average of a population representative here of Germany, for instance. But we can have these results by population group. We can have these results for men and women, by age group, by socioeconomic status, because these are the characteristics we have in the model. And we could have them also over time. We can see the effect of the policy over time. And generally, what we found is that in the first, in the first year of the implementation, it is made, well, it depends, actually it depends on the type of the intervention. Some of them are quite effective since from the beginning, and some others, like school-based interventions, they will take time to have some positive health outcomes.
I think it's time to try to make some closing remarks and go to a general discussion. Marietta has promised that she will try to tie loose ends here or say some closing remarks, but are there other comments or discussion points that you want to present first before we let Marietta speak?
Okay. Thank you, Pia. Thank you all. My name is Manuel Cardoso. I am Deputy General Director from CICAD, and at the same time Executive Coordinator of RARA, Joint Action. And I want first to congratulate all of you for the great job you are doing in this work package. Then I want to remember that Joint Action is a project, a common project between Commission and Member States that are presented in CNAPA, representing our members of CNAPA, representing all Member States. Remember you also that RARA involve all member states, plus Iceland, Norway, and Switzerland, and the international organization like WHO, OECD, and Pompidou Group, and the EMCDDA. So we have a great involvement of many people. I used to say, when we look at the joint action objectives, say in my way, informal, that we have three main objectives. First, to have comparable data between European Union. Second, to have some harmonization, or as harmonized as possible, some concepts like low risk, like alcohol unit, and many other things. And third, to have the possibility to share good practices we have in our member states. I have to remember also that the RARA results will be presented first, among others, but first of all to CNAPA, to the representatives in CNAPA of all member states. These representatives, in my point of view, have some responsibilities in their own countries. So when we are working in this joint action, we are at the same time preparing some results that our representatives in CNAPA could utilize, could use in their own countries when they are preparing their own national plans. So I think it is very important to remember that and say that in my point of view, with this joint action, we are moving together, we are moving in the same direction. So I think it's very important, and your work, what we are done, is also very important. So thank you again, thank you all, and thank you to the organizers and the Work Package 5 leaders, organizers for the meeting, and for all the job you have done, or you are doing in this Work 5 Work Package on this joint action. Thank you, and have a nice time, please.
Thank you, Manuel. But I will still give the floor to Marietta.
Thank you for that. I was going to share with you some of my take-home points, but we all want to go home, so I'll just share the most important ones. First, I learned that science is a challenge, but only there can we find firm ground. And what we need is multi-component guidelines. There is substantial consensus on quite a few points, and we should take the opportunity to move forward, not just discussion, but also policy-wise. And in the absence of official guidelines provided to health professionals, the advice they give to patients may vary. But actually, I wanted to continue with some points taken from the same report Marion was talking about. These are not verbatim, but they are points relevant to the topics today. The report points out that to make rational choices, consumers have to be fully informed about the characteristics of what they consume, the benefits they will derive, and the risks they will be exposed to. Translating research findings on the health effects of alcohol use into messages for the general public is a major challenge. Not all countries have drinking guidelines. When available, guidelines often leave much to be desired in terms of clarity and consistency. Most people remain unaware of what constitutes low-risk drinking or what risks they incur when drinking, which likely makes them more prone to the influence of messages conveyed by the popular media and commercial advertising. And then the final point I wanted to remind you about is the European Code Against Cancer, which is an example of international cooperation. It was first published in 1987, and it was the result of an initiative by the European Commission. The recommendations for reducing the risk of cancer are updated to take into account new evidence. The latest update in 2014 changed the recommendation concerning alcohol. Before, the recommendation was, if you drink alcohol, moderate your consumption to 2 drinks per day if you're a man, or 1 drink per day if you're a woman. This is roughly the current low-risk guideline in Finland. But after the review of research and updating, the message is now no alcohol is better for cancer prevention. If you drink, nevertheless, limit your intake. And this review of research and updating is coordinated by the International Agency for Research on Cancer, which is part of the World Health Organization. And the process has been funded under the EU Health Programme. So international cross-border cooperation is possible, and where there is a will, there's a way. Thank you.
And remember not to come here tomorrow. Those who come to work.